at age 17. She became pregnant. A fourth public lawsuit, Montina Woods, was videotaped.
Mr. Kelly has been indicted. There's been a warrant issued for his arrest.
The block filled up with police cars.
He was not guilty, even though the evidence was there.
I know the names of 48 women whose lives Kelly has ruined.
Now, this dude said he knows the names of 48 women. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, 48 women were. Let's say it's okay, it's correct. You mean to tell me out of 48 women, not one of them had a criminal case? Or could it be that they chose between the criminal prosecution or the civil case? So you have two options. I can either go civil or I can go criminal. If you want them to pay, if you want justice, you would think that they would go criminal. Nah, fuck that. Put him under the jail. Let's get his ass. If you want the money, then you gonna go what? Civil. So then they chose to go civil. Now this is America. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. It's your right as an American. You then choose to go civil. Settle out of court. Make an agreement and give your word that you ain't gonna talk about this shit never, ever, ever again for this check you about to get. And the checks range anywhere between $5,000 to $250,000. And what did these broke, greedy hoes do? They signed the NDA, they took the money, and they were quiet until the money ran out. Then they wanted to get more money, and when they couldn't get more money, what did they do? They broke their word, went back on their word, and then they went public, and now they're saying they want him to pay. So because you paid me, and I mismanaged my money, and I spent it on whatever, and now you won't give me any more money. Now I want you to pay in jail too. But back then, you didn't want him to go to jail because you still loved him, girl. Girl, I still love him. I just don't want to see him. He go to jail, girl. He can't make this money and pay me this check now, girl. Because some of them didn't just get paid in a lump sum. Some of them was getting monthly checks. No, girl, I don't want to go to jail, girl, because I just think it's a 15-year-old boy in jail if he goes. So I don't want to do that. I want him to just give me the check and I'll sign whatever paperwork you have and I can just try to piece my life back together with $250,000. Oh my God. It's motherfuckers that get hit by a car that don't get that goddamn much money. It's people that have gotten paralyzed in accidents and ain't got that much damn money. We talking about a girl who went after R. Kelly, pursued R. Kelly on a consistent basis, skipped school, lied to her parents, did whatever she wanted to do to get with R. Kelly, and then get paid on top of that. And it still ain't enough. They want everything. Everything. It's like they're like parasites. They won't stop until you're dead, till it's gone, till there's nothing left. And then they gonna talk about the shit and get sympathy for the shit until they dead.
48 women can't be mine.
Some of his alleged victims are speaking out in a powerful new docuseries.
R. Kelly turned himself into Chicago police Friday night.
I promise you, we're going to straighten all this stuff out. That's all I can say right now.
If there's no problem and she's with Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, she can easily speak to her two younger sisters.
Black girls matter! Black girls matter! Black girls, we love you! we love you. April, we love you. Scotland, we love you.
You know, Kelly was really born out of the work that the Savages were doing to get their daughter back. Just seeing their anguish and their pain.
And here's my thing. If you really want to get justice, what does that look like? And then what about the responsibility he has to his children? Because this dude got kids. He got child support just like anybody else. He has that. So what is the thing with him wanting, you want him in jail, or you want him to give you money, or you want him to give you money and go to jail? How does he do that when he's literally been robbed pretty much of all of his royalties, all of his publishing, all of his music has literally been raped and pillaged? I'm just saying, what else do you?
Good evening. Hello, everyone. It's me, Joyce Chit Chat. Please don't judge me on what my live is about right now, because everybody has an opinion. There's the popular opinion, and there's the unpopular opinion. It's opinions all over the place right now on this situation. We're all watching it. We're all seeing it. And I just want to hear a different perspective, because you got to step out of that box for 2 seconds. You got to step out of that, he's a nasty man. He pisses and shits on little girls and he does this. But you have to also look at what's happening as well. It's bad. I have a daughter. I have nieces. I have girl cousins. Shit, I'm a female. But then again, it's the law, and come on. They're making a shit show out of this situation. These little girls needed justice. And how are they getting justice when the parents is out here just basically selling their kids off? But we supposed to be mad. So, anyways, I'm going to push you.
A teenager, a young adult, whatever you want to call it. That's the last person I want. And that's just off of a rumor. I don't need facts for that, because whether he did it or not shouldn't be of any consequence to an upstanding parent, because I'm not going to take that chance with my child. I'm not going to take that chance with my teenage daughter. I'm not going to take that chance as a grown-ass motherfucking woman or man. I'm not taking that chance. Well, there's a guy that lives in my basement. His name is Jeffrey Dahmer. Now, I've heard that he might have killed a person and ate them before, but I ain't got no evidence of that. But he did say that he knows some people in the record business. He can possibly get you a deal if you can rap. So he would like for you to come by his house and rap for him tonight.
And let me speak on the Jeffrey Dahmer situation. I watched like several Jeffrey Dahmer movies or documentaries, movies. There's some sick ass, grown ass people that kept going back to Jeffrey house. Like that one little black boy, that kept going to Jeffrey house. Boy, he killed people and eat them, and you kept going to Jeffrey house. Now, if I'm lying, what is the saying? I ain't been in school so long. If you're lying, I'm flying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I don't know what it's called, but go back and watch some of those documentaries on Jeffrey Dahmer. It's some sick ass people that keep going back to sick ass shit like this.
Because of the shit I've heard about you, son. Nah, son. Nah, kid. Nah, I'm gonna go straight to New York, boogie down Bronx, kid. No way, son. It's not good, B. Yo, B. You're not getting around my kid, yo. It's just not happening. But why would they do that? You have to ask yourself, well, why would these motherfucking parents do it? Because they saw this. They saw the shining, the bright lights. They saw it. That's it. That's all they did. They saw the come up. They saw the possibility of a bag. And there you go. Hook, line, and sinker. Daughter gone.
Have to go on TV, cry about their daughter being abused, being kidnapped, basically, being brainwashed, being turned against them.
He actually started with Aaliyah at 12. They was together for 3 years. He actually started with Aaliyah at 12. So 12, 13, 14. And that's when they was the marriage got annulled and all that shit. But they were technically married for several months, like 3-4 months, some shit like that. Maybe 5 months or some shit. It is what it is. Point being, how, Sway? How does that happen with your teenage daughter? I'll tell you how. When you got some ain't shit greedy parents, that's how. If my daughter wanders outside at 3 years old and makes her way onto the goddamn out into the street and gets ran over by a car because I'm laid up in the house high, it ain't the car's fault. If a dog that's wandering the streets grabs her and mauls her to death, it ain't the dog's fault. If my kid gets put into a dangerous situation because I have neglected to protect her, guess whose fucking fault it is? It's mine. Plain and simple. And Boys in the Hood, when the little girl, the little baby was walking out into the middle of the street with a pamper on, and Cuba Gooding Jr. went and got the little baby.
He talking about Trey. His name was
And
Trey
stopped
in
the
the
car.
movie.
He didn't jap out at the car, did he? No. He didn't get mad at the dude driving down the street, did he?
He
No.
knocked on the mama's door.
He went to the bitch house who was getting high off crack and was like, bitch, get your goddamn babies out the street. But we can't do that here. No way. The parents have suffered enough. Their daughter's missing. Their daughter won't speak to them. She's in a cult now. Well, how the fuck did she get to one? Who
No, they're brainwashed. Continue.
take pictures with Rob Kelly? Who egged their daughter on to have sex with R. Kelly and to try to record the shit? The parents. That's who.
Sick ass shit.
Who put this thing together? The parents.
Mm-hmm.
Who built this whole thing? Who jeopardized their child's safety? The parents. That's who.
The Mute R. Kelly campaign got traction, both because of the fact that people were saying that he was running a sex cult and also the Me Too movement. Why should there be a movement that was holding all these high-profile people accountable, and yet R. Kelly was still bumping and grinding his way through the music industry?
He was bumping and grinding his way through the music industry.
That's what he was doing.
Okay. Let me ask you this. And correct me if I'm wrong. You have a teenage daughter. That teenage daughter wants to go to Lil Wayne. No, I'm sorry. Let's go big. Your teenage daughter wants to go to a Drake concert. You then, because you love your teenage daughter,
And let me stop there. Drake has been recently in minors' DMs. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Right.
What's that girl name?
You go
Billie English.
to that concert
I think that's a little white
with
girl
your
name.
daughter. Now maybe it's your
Drake
daughter
got
and a
caught
couple
up
of
for being in the
friends or her
minors
best friend,
DM.
whatever the case may be. But you then go. Your daughter, pretty much front row, first 3 rows or some shit like that, because she's a very young and budding, attractive young lady. She gets noticed by maybe Drake or maybe somebody in Drake's camp, and they come to her and say, hey, Drake would like to see you backstage, would like to meet you backstage. Now, Drake could just be a good guy. He could be, right? I don't know.
He be in minors DMs too.
He could be a low-down, dirty motherfucker.
He is.
At that point where your teenage daughter gets the invite to go backstage, do you A, let her go? B, tell her fuck no? Or C, go with her? Y'all tell me.
I'm gonna put C.
I'll wait. Teenage daughter. Let's say she's 17. She was 17, but she was sexy.
What?
17. Making decisions on her own. All that good shit. You have 3 choices. She's been invited backstage by...
But you guys gotta realize, focus your attention real quick. Tyga was freaking on, what's that little girl name from the Kardashian, the sister that just had the baby with Travis, Kendall, one of them little bitches. They were having sex, and she was not of age, okay? This stuff be in-house. This shit ain't just, yeah, Big Billy English. Yes, thank you. This stuff is in-house, and these superstars and parents, I'm not gonna just blame the poverty-stricken parents that was giving their kids off to R. Kelly, but you gotta imagine, who said something to Tyga? Nobody. Still nobody. To this day, nobody's saying nothing to her or him or them. Point blank, period. Shit is a sex pool, and they pick and choose who they want to put in jail. Because Tyga, you need to be on that list, bro. I have a list of people that need to be put where R. Kelly is right now. R. Kelly should not be the only one in that jail cell chilling. There's a list of you guys that need to be there. Hindsight, Diddy. Diddy was sleeping in the bed with Usher when he was a minor. Who? Facts.
Yeah, Drake won't meet you. You see my point? And I ain't hating on you motherfuckers that pick C. And I'm sure it's some motherfuckers that'll pick A.
Damn, I
ain't hating on you. What I'm telling you is this. A parent that's looking out for the best welfare of their child. Yes, my daughter would be enamored to be backstage and to meet Drake. Yes, my daughter is extremely flattered that Drake chose her and maybe 4 other bitches out of thousands. Yes. And I'm going to tell my daughter, don't you never let no motherfucking man who you know you ain't supposed to be around because he grown and you a child, take you somewhere and put you in a position to where you can be either compromised or your safety is at stake. Because one day she gonna go to a concert by her motherfucking self. And the same shit gonna happen to her. So ain't gonna be no, I got his phone number. Ain't gonna be no, yeah, Drake gave me his number. His security gave me his number and told me to call him. And I just called him because I didn't know him. I mean, he's Drake. Ain't not one motherfucking reason for your underage kid to meet any grown-ass celebrity, especially if you ain't there.
And let's just stop right there for 2 seconds, and then I'm going to run back to the live while everybody be jumping on my head about Michael Jackson. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Gonna do what she gonna do? No. You set the example and set the standard.
Oh, never mind. Didn't them folks drop their kids off of Michael? Okay, never mind.
Intentions. You ain't gonna have an opportunity if you ain't shit nigga. You ain't gonna have no opportunity with me or mine. If my daughter gonna find you, she gonna jump out a window, sneak out a back door, steal some shit, rob some motherfuckers. That's what she gonna have to do because she gonna know daddy don't play that.
And that's the point right there with little bad Barbie, baby, Bobby. She's been hunching on grown men. And I can't believe she's still 16 after 16 years. Now she want to blast out Adrian Bonner, whatever that boxer dude name is, because he slid in her DM real fast and like, hey, crazy girl, text me. that little girl is. There's some real toxic little. Oh my God, I don't want to sound. Lord, I'm gonna lose a lot of subscribers tonight, honey, because these little badass girls are toxic. I'm sorry, they out here doing the most. And Lord forbid, I'm not condoning nobody touching on kids or grown man being with children, but where is the line? Is it okay because bad Barbie baby Bobby does her baby hair really good and she can put box braids in her head, but she's 16, but she can mess with this rapper that's 21? Well, oh no, you better not talk to that other rapper that's 21. Like, what's going on? Kylie Jenner. Oh, she was messing with Tiger, but now that she got her booty done and all this extra shit going on in her life, let's not forget that her mother allowed her to be sexually assaulted in her home, but nobody's saying anything. But we got to be mad at R. Kelly. Come on, guys. Come on, America.
Be close to your kids. Stop letting motherfuckers get in good with your kids. Yeah, some people buy gifts for your kids just being nice. Yeah, somebody do just want to be a nice person and just, hey, I see your kid is a good kid and I just want to do something for him. I don't have no kids. I wish I could have kids. I can't have kids. I get it. But y'all the gatekeepers. Stop letting these motherfuckers have opportunities to do some fuck shit. It ain't nothing personal. This is just what it is. All snakes ain't poisonous, but I ain't gonna let my daughter be around until I figure the shit out. How about this? You don't fuck with snakes at all. But daddy, they so colorful, they so nice. I hear you. You don't fuck with snakes at all. You don't never let me do. Shut the fuck up. Because what I'm doing for you is for your good. And my thing is this. If half the parents thought the way I just explained this shit, if half the parents executed the way I explained this shit, we wouldn't have this type of shit. We wouldn't have no 18 or 40, no 48 girls he know of that done got molested or abused by R. Kelly. Stop making the public responsible for your fucking safety of you and your kids.
Right after Gayle King, we got a call from Jocelyn.
Hey, Jocelyn, this is Mommy.
Jocelyn, I just want to let you know, like right now, as you listen, like you're listening to me, I have told you guys a million of times that I am okay where I am, and I'm happy.
It was a planned call, but in the youngest daughter, Jory, got on the phone.
Hey, Jocelyn. Hey, Jocelyn. It's Jory.
You could hear a break in a trance. She would go, ugh, ugh. She didn't know what to say unless somebody else pointed her to get back on track.
And for those of you that's watching right now, click that like button. Please click that like button. Get them likes up. Click that share button. We got 197 people in the building.
Not in my building.
Let's get it cracking. This is the other part to this.
I'm stealing right now, guys.
You say that she's
don't call
brainwashed.
Feds on me, please. Lord have mercy. Don't call the YouTube feds on me, guys.
Let's say she's brainwashed. Let's say she dick whipped. Let's say R. Kelly is controlling her. All the more reason why you don't let a young, impressionable girl around a grown-ass man for no reason. At a show, at a barbecue, at a wedding, at a bar mitzvah, at a motherfucking baby shower, at a graduation party, at a jail coming home party. You don't let them around them. Period. You just don't. It's all the more reason. Protect your fucking kids, y'all.
Man.
These motherfuckers here are talking about, and we had to get you. You got your other daughter trying to help you get your oldest daughter home. That goes to show the type of influence, that goes to show the type of relationship you have with your daughter to where you can't even command her attention to speak to her over the phone. That's not brainwashing, y'all. That's a bad fucking look. This girl was like 17, 18, 19 years old. Was with this nigga not for a few days, not for a couple of weeks. She was with this nigga for years. You have no influence with your daughter because your relationship.
So how do you feel about that? Because Joy did go over there at 17, 18, 19, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? How do you feel about that? Because it's like, we see these little girls in the hood all the time. We got homegirls that was like that. We wasn't crucifying they boyfriends or they sugar daddies and all this, but now it's like, oh, she was so young and he brainwashed her. But were her parents able to grab her by her ponytail and tell her ass to come home? The way y'all saying, oh, R. Kelly, he's over there brainwashed, they won't leave. Because no, you got homegirls that was doing the same thing. Shout out to my unpopular opinion.
Maybe, just maybe, the nigga that's providing me a lifestyle I ain't never seen before, I ain't never had access to before, maybe I'll go lean a little bit more towards this nigga. Tell me that shit don't make sense. Just like that motherfucking, what is that shit called? Open Secret or the one about the guy who was fucking the little girl, who was fucking the mama, who was fucking the daddy, and he was fucking all them motherfuckers and they was all, and they didn't want him to go to jail? Imagine the type of relationship he had to establish with their daughter. Then imagine the relationship he established with her.
He talking about a movie called Hidden in Plain Sights. It's on Netflix. It's about a white family. Daughter got kidnapped by one of their friends, and then the friend brought the daughter back. Then the man came home and started fucking the dad, and then he's had a relationship with the mama. That was a sick ass movie. Hidden in Plain Sights. I think that's what it's called on Netflix.
We have to acknowledge what the breakdown is, where the shit is getting missed.
That was some sick ass shit.
In all fairness,
hell no, that shit just brought my
Jocelyn walking home from school, van pulls up, yanks her motherfucking ass, takes her off, and then she ain't heard from for 6 months, and then she finally make this call. I get it. She been chained up in a basement. I understand. Yes, it's to be expected for her to be a little fucked up in the head. That's a traumatic experience. She went with this nigga willingly. She pursued this nigga. She wanted to be with this motherfucker. That's all I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying.
And you cannot not acknowledge that part. There's some fuckery going on here, people. And that shit has to do a lot with the relationship between these girls and their parents, or lack thereof. All these hoes is talking about how they was abused, how they was molested, how they was mistreated by their husbands, their ex-boyfriends, their uncles, their relatives. All these hoes got problems. And all that shit didn't start with R. Kelly's.
Now, he's trained these girls not to go against kids.
And Geronda confirmed it. Geronda had been telling me a few weeks prior to that.
Right.
Jory, our youngest daughter, needs to...
How can she be telling them a few weeks before that and they ain't heard from?
Stupid ass people in this. What the fuck?
How is that? Talk to Jocelyn because they weren't trained to go against younger kids.
Right.
We love you, Jocelyn. We love you, Jocelyn.
Love you too. I love you too. Please put,
Can you please come home?
I love you too. Please come back on the phone.
Can you please come home?
I'm here, Joyce.
Here's the whole thing. What they're doing is they're trying to manipulate her with her siblings. just like R. Kelly is manipulating her with his lifestyle and the sex. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. And what's the daddy doing the whole time?
Just sitting there like a punk ass.
Like a kindergarten in the hall, like a kindergartner in the hallway. Or the motherfucker say kindergarten. In the hallway. Quiet as fuck. Where is a father?
I don't know what happened. Hold on.
Because of that, there is a certain level of respect and reverence she has for her daddy. And she will have that shit at 6. She will have that shit at 16. She will have that shit at 26. She will have that shit at 36. Because I pride myself on being a good father. I pride myself on being a good daddy. And my daughter will always, you know what my daughter just said to me the other day? We driving home from daycare. I picked her up from daycare, the after school program. I'm driving home and she said, Daddy, you would die for me? I said, yes, I would, sweetheart. Why did you ask me that? She said, well, because you were telling me the other day that you wanted me to do the things you want me to do are for me to be good and they're for my good. I said, yes, that's right, sweetheart. I'm your daddy. I take care of you and I protect you. So you protecting me means that you would die for me? Absolutely. That's what a daddy does. I will never let somebody or something hurt you in this world and I can stop it.
Hello.
That's what a daddy does.
Facts. Not these fathers, though. I'm sorry.
This shit low key sad as fuck. I ain't even gonna lie. Listening to this shit, I'm like, damn, I really ain't paid attention to it. But so the parents basically is the cause of all this because they was really basically selling their daughters. Like this is low key sex trafficking, right?
I mean, that's why I titled it Unpopular Opinion, because everybody is so focused on what R. Kelly did. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, it's other people in the world that's seeing this shit. And that's why I'm playing it, because I'm hearing this man, this is a black man talking, if y'all didn't know. But it made me think about a lot of things too. Like, wow, like he understand what R. Kelly did. He's not by far saying, oh, R. Kelly, he's innocent. He's like, but what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
I think they mad because they probably didn't get all of the money that they thought they was gonna get. So they tried to make it out of something that it wasn't after the fact, though.
Well, I mean, duh, because they did they signed paperwork over. They signed their daughters over to this man.
What?
Yeah, they signed papers. These kids are not from Chicago. They signed papers for their kids to go off to live with this man. The fuck? So now they crying to look. I'm a push play because I'm trying not to have so much of an opinion about it, but it's hurtful to me as well as a mother, especially of a mother of a daughter, as yourself. I'm a push play.
I got 10 kids.
Boy. How many baby mamas you got then? God damn.
I don't know. I gotta go on Maury. My bad.
Oh, you gotta get a DNA test on the baby mama.
You can press play.
Stop playing. I'm gonna push play. I'm gonna say you're taking the mamas to Maury.
Kids know when you don't give a shit. And no, every parent ain't perfect. And yes, parents make mistakes. But you gotta know for a fact what it is. Exactly. Aaliyah know, and she figured it out. Why would my parents let me go? You can't tell me Aaliyah didn't have a moment where she said, why would my mom and daddy leave me alone with this motherfucker? Where was my daddy at? Where was my uncle at?
You know, that makes me want to cry right there. That's some sad ass shit, because I try to protect my kids. I know we can't be there 24 hours a day, but that is some sick ass shit that you will look around like, fuck, y'all dropped me off here. Where y'all at? Like, that's some, wow.
Anger and the accountability of her parents too. That's the difference. And that's the shit that they talk about. That's the shit. The reality sets in because you've gotten older, because you've matured. You've put all the pieces together. That's why these girls stayed. Yeah, this nigga wanna fuck me. Yeah, this nigga tell me how fine I am. Yeah, this nigga want this pussy. But at least I know this nigga is telling me the truth. At least I know what this nigga want. My mom and my daddy served me up to this nigga. What kind of people are they? They obviously don't give a fuck about me. So at least this nigga is at least telling me the truth. He at least saying he want to be with me, but he want me to do what the fuck he want, what I want him to, what he wants me to do. Do you understand that they begin to put it together and they realize, wow, this nigga is at least honest with me. My mom and daddy was trying to get money out this nigga. They was literally selling me. Imagine you finding out that your parents were selling you to the devil. That's what everybody calling him. The worst motherfucker on earth since Lucifer. This nigga here. Imagine if your parents were serving you up. Imagine your mama telling you, fuck him, and get some pictures of you and him together. Record yourself fucking him so we can get some money. Imagine what Demi Moore was like, what it's like for Demi Moore to have a dude come in and tell her, I paid your mama $500 for some pussy, for some ass, and I'm gonna get it. Imagine what that does to her. Imagine what that does to your mind as an adult. Fuck being in the moment as a kid. Imagine what you get as an adult when you put all that shit together. Wait a minute. Why does dude show up? How he get in with a key? How did he just get up in here and then why he tell me that he gave my mama $500 for me to have sex with me?
Now, can I tell you guys a story real quick, real fast? Oh, hey, King Ty. This better be King Ty. You know I gotta always ask, who is it?
You already know what it is.
Okay, I'm about to say, who is it? I was about to tell one story real fast before you say something. Hey, King Ty. Everybody say hi to King Ty. Do you guys know? Because I know everybody don't like R. Kelly. Fuck R. Kelly. He's a monster, blah, blah, blah. Do you know that when he was younger, living in Bingy Greens, you know that the projects in Illinois, I never could say that, where Candyman is from. So Mr. Henry, the guy that supposedly had molested R. Kelly from the age 8 to 14, he was able to go to jail. But you know what his mom did? His mom settled out of court for only $5,000.
Not to cut you off, Joe. I thought his cousin raped. I thought it was a woman that raped him.
It was It was his sister, and come to find out in part 2 of this, his brother said that it was Mr. Henry as well, Eli Henry.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Eli Henry.
But the project called Cabrini Greens.
Okay, yeah, I never could say that. Ever since Candyman, I can never say that shit right. But yeah, and that probably really fucked with R. Kelly for a long time because she could have put that man in jail and he gave them $5,000. The mama took the $5,000 and ran. Not ran like that, but didn't put the man in jail, blah, blah, blah. So it's a lot going on with this man's life and in his brain cells. I'm not condoning nothing he has done, but it's crazy. Hey, Danny.
The only thing I'm gonna say that I truly think that he should go down for is that piss tape and that child porn shit. All the rest of that other shit they can miss me with, because
yeah, that he gonna have to go down. Well, it's that's kind of sticky at this moment. Now, if he do, because I'm with you with that one. He should go down with that, but all this extra shit that's on VH1 and all this other stuff is like, it's not gonna help nothing. They're hurting the situation. You know what I'm saying?
They just trying to paint his image. That's all. That's what that kind of is.
Let's be honest. The last few girls that came out, the only reason they talking because they up and can't take care of them no more.
Facts.
You feel me? The realest one to me is the one that just knocked out the other girl for telling that other BS on Instagram. That's the realest one out the whole situation to me.
You talking about Joy, right?
Yes, that's the realest one out the whole situation to me.
I got a question before you move on, Joy, because I'm new to this shit. I don't really be following this. But I know yesterday or whatnot, or the day before yesterday, they was fighting downtown or whatnot, and then somebody said it was a bomb threat and called and said it was a bomb or something. They went to the water tower, even though they was fighting at the hotel,
right?
Whatever. So it was going crazy downtown last night. But all right, so what was the purpose of them fighting? I don't know what.
Okay, so
what they was fighting.
Azrael.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is that? That's the one who was swinging?
No, that's Joy. Azrael's the one who went live on Instagram. Azrael's the one that was talking all the shit, like, get this shit out of here. Get these little sweats and these little Grammys.
Right, she was the one on live, and the one who swung was Joy.
Yep, got her ass.
Yeah, she gave her the two. Yeah, she gave her 2-piece.
Also, who won? I didn't see the whole fight. The shit I saw, it didn't show nothing.
Man, that girl whooped her ass.
Which one whooped her ass?
Joy, the one who parents was just talking about. Hey, Joy. Yeah, Joy. You know, I know her name personally.
Don't get me started on her parents either. Her daddy, boy, I want to punch.
Yeah, her daddy need his ass kicked. Like, he a whole gay ass nigga out here in these streets. Wow. Boy, if you don't get out here and whoop this nigga ass.
Come on now.
So what was the purpose of them?
The fight was Azrael for some, I don't know. Joy went to the house to get the Grammys because Azrael had all types of dudes all up in that nigga house. So Joy is like, that's disrespectful. You got dudes all in the house, blah, blah, blah. Azrael was trying to like slick boost that shit. Like, I'm gonna take these Grammys. I'm about to leave anyway.
Plus,
the Grammys. What you mean?
Basically, she said she was gonna also tell how basically she was being held hostage and Kels made him have sex with her too. That's what really made her hit her in the mouth. You feel me?
Yeah, but let me tell you something too, King.
Oh, so one of them was flipping. Oh, so one of them was flipping the script.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something though, King Ty. You know what's going on though, and that's why Azrael is going to be in a little bit more trouble as well. She already signed an affidavit and gave it to the courts.
Yep.
After he went to jail, stating that nothing ever happened while she was a minor.
Exactly.
All of this is for nothing unless she can serve up some more minors or say give names of other people. All of this is for nothing, and that's gonna just and then you got the father going live talking about some oh, my daughter ain't no snitch, she ain't with the feds. Nigga, we need her to be with the feds because we're trying to get this nigga put in jail. So now your daughter not with the feds? Like, I'm confused, my nigga. Like, you want justice or you don't want justice? I'm so dumb.
He was with it too and taking the money too.
Did you hear when she said your dad set the phone underneath the sink? Why is your dad phone underneath the sink, Azrael?
Come on now. He took the money. He took the money too. And I feel like, to be honest, if you gonna get him for all that other stuff, get all the people that was around him. Get a Leah uncle and that manager.
They definitely need to get a Leah uncle.
And the manager too that helped sign them papers and helped her get a fake ID so they can get married.
Let me tell you something. Why y'all think y'all can't download none of Aaliyah music on Apple or on any part? Y'all can't find Aaliyah music. You can't find Tony Braxton old music, and you can't find Tank. Girl, I deserve. Hey, that's my song. That was all of Aaliyah's uncle. He was doing some bogus ass shit back then to where you can't even download Tony Braxton old music, Tank old music, or Aaliyah old music.
Exactly.
He was doing some fucked up shit back then, and now shit is just, man, come on, G. Don't play with me. I'm gonna push play real quick. Let me push play because I'm gonna push play. Let me push play.
It is, we can fix it. Let's work on it. I'm so sorry. None of that. Whatever you think I've done, I apologize for. I miss you. I love you so much. None of that. Hell, even if you pissed off and you tired, put that punk ass nigga on the phone. Where R. Kelly bitch ass at? Where the faggot motherfucker go? Put his whole ass on the phone. Tell a nigga I'ma kill him. If I see him, he a dead man. You're gonna do something. It's gonna be some type of emotion there. As opposed to it just being, yeah, you know, you couldn't come to your granddaddy's funeral. Johnson in her mind like that nigga dead. The fuck I'm gonna come see him for? Yeah, you know, you didn't make it to your granddaddy's funeral. You can't talk to none of your friends. Yeah, you ain't come around your family. You can't do nothing that they won't let you do nothing. This is all R. Kelly's fault. Come on, man. My daughter? Come on, man. It's going down. It's all, my daughter on the phone, it's all emotion.
Wait, this R. Kelly people we listening to, bro?
This ice motherfucking Liam Nielsen. I'm coming to get your ass like it's taking 8 like a motherfucker.
Okay, all right, bye.
She went to say that she's wanting to get off the phone, or it's time for her to hang up now, like it's a prison call.
Exactly what I call it, prison calls.
People don't understand. I have not seen my daughter. Robert's dictate when I talk to my daughter. He's going to make that call. And that's what he did on that day. He made the call to tell my daughter to hang up the phone and not to talk to my wife or talk to my kids. He's in the control at all times. And it's scary, not just for me, but for all these other families that's out here. It's a control issue. I pray to God and put this man where he belongs, behind bars. Because he's gonna explode.
Here's my thing. What father lets all this opportunity to plead to his daughter and don't, but takes the opportunity to blame R. Kelly?
Man, weak ass.
National TV.
He's a bitch.
National TV.
He is a bitch.
My documentary, my moment, my hey. If y'all
who we listening to though?
It is.
Don't worry about it. I'm stealing right now.
I'm making a plea to my daughter.
Oh, I'm thinking this R. Kelly uncle or something.
They had to talk to him. But let's get the cameras together. Let's get the lights on. Let's go with the narrative of making R. Kelly the bad guy. Great. Hey man, Mr. Producer, Mr. Executive Producer, Mr. Lifetime, motherfucker, whoever the fuck y'all, Ted Turner, I don't care. I ain't got time for your agenda. I'm here for my daughter. That's it. That's it. This is my last.
P. What you would have did? I know me as a female. King Ty, what you would have did?
I'd have murdered that nigga. Ain't no damn way. For one thing, this the thing about me. For one thing, I don't care if you Jesus Christ. I don't care if you was the Isley brothers. I don't care about none of that. Let me talking about I can advance your daughter's career. Let her come out. Let her come to Chicago, live with me and work with me. I'm not doing it, especially by herself. I'm not doing it, nigga. I'm gonna be on you like flies on shit.
Man,
That's for one thing. You feel me?
that's all facts. Now, P, what you would have did?
Who the fuck is P? My name unknown.
Oh, unknown. My bad. Unknown. Shit.
Hell nah.
Nah, but that whole situation would have never went down like that. Like what type of shit? Like who would even think of some shit like that to give their daughter up? Like
the only realest parents that I done seen was that one little girl that he seen at one of the paid for her to go to one of the concerts or something and sent her sister down there. Them about the only people that I actually legit believe out the whole situation too. You feel me? Just because they had a daughter on the inside. You feel me? And will not leave until Kels gave up her sister. Plus they came up there getting ready to blow up the studio. That's what real parents do.
Well, yeah, shit. I was gonna say my son is 20. He played basketball, and you know we can't get away from the college and all that shit and coaches. I always be on my son about stuff like that. I don't let him go to no coaches' houses. I don't let him go to his teammate houses. I don't let him do none of that kind of shit. And that's a boy. My son is a man now. So just imagine me just passing my daughter off to R. Kelly. Like, bro, like, and then the parents are my age. So you knew that this man married Aaliyah 20 years before you had daughters. Like,
exactly.
That marriage was before you had your kids. I mean, you knew.
Exactly.
That shit to me.
We ain't even gonna talk about the ones that lied and said they was 19 to 20 years old, but really 14 to 15. We ain't gonna talk about them though.
Hey, they ain't talk about them. Shit, they even talk. Well, now they asses is talking about it in part 2. Bitches over here talking about stuff. I was braiding his hair, and he only gave me $100, and he had the audacity to ask me to suck his dick. Bitch,
I don't believe that.
Hey, money is a hell of a drug.
20-something years old. You got 5 kids. You sucking dick and braiding hair.
This is one of the biggest entertainers of all time. You mean to tell me you only paid you $100? I don't believe that.
Girl, that girl was lying.
Lying like a mug.
Hey, Joy.
Yes. I'm sorry, my name ain't Joy. My name is Unpopular Opinion.
Hey, money is a hell of a drug, dude.
Let's be logical though. You mean to sit there and tell me that this man is one of the biggest entertainers in fucking business? He only gave you $100 for some head and to braid his fucking hair?
Over a course of years, though.
Wait, hold on. Now I'm confused. Who he give $100 for some hair for?
It was another chick from Illinois.
Yeah, that supposedly braid his hair and just
years.
Damn, he only gave her $100.
That's what she say on a documentary. Come on now.
That's what she said, or that's what he said.
She said gave him $100. She did his hair for a little while. Then he stopped calling because she wasn't fucking.
And then who started calling him? What you saw in that documentary, King? I was calling him over and over again. He would not answer, and he answered.
Yeah.
I mean, but Joy, you gotta. I mean.
And let me tell you, he didn't start asking for head until after he stopped getting her head braided for her.
Exactly.
Head braided.
But Joy, you gotta think about it. Shit, a motherfucker only getting $40 out here. So $100, like she you know what I'm saying? She hit the jackpot.
But that's regular. Talk about R. Kelly, one of the biggest entertainers.
I'm just playing.
I know. He only started asking for the head after she quit. When she quit and he kept answering the phone, and
It's
she said, I was
echoing
doing
bad.
it over and over again. He finally answered the phone. He was like, yeah, can you braid my hair and give me some head? She was like, I was over there in 45 minutes. I said, bitch, 45 minutes? God damn. You ran over there. That bitch said, as soon as he picked up the phone and said, you can braid my hair and give me some head, she said she drove to his house in 45 minutes. And at the time, the bitch was already 45 years old.
But how was that surviving R. Kelly when she drove? He didn't make her drive.
That's what the point of this whole documentary. How is this all about surviving R. Kelly? Bitch, no, there. He's trying to survive y'all. He's trying to get away from you. Y'all can't fucking with him.
Hey, I haven't watched not one episode of that bullshit. So I don't know. I'm just speaking on what
that's just like the Dominique girl all of a sudden want to get up there crying. Bitch, you went back the next day after you reunited with your mama. And then listen, if he really holding you hostage, how was your mama able to get to the hotel room if he allegedly got people watching over you and got you hostage? How was you able to run out there with your mama?
And you know she just had a baby, right?
Come on now.
She just had a baby. I'm about to push play. Let's listen. Let's listen.
My ass is tight. My titties are right. I can do anything I want to do.
I can't rewind.
You should
like I push play. So I can't rewind.
Just like young niggas, they think can't shit happen to them. Ain't nobody gonna do shit to me, nigga. I'm a young nigga. I'm out here, nigga. I'm in my prime, nigga. The fuck? I get it. And you think like that until a nigga come along that's bigger than you, stronger than you, faster than you. Hell, even Batman thought he could fuck up Bane until he met Bane. And it was, let's not stand on ceremony here, Bruce.
I'm sorry, it's like two dudes that's in the documentary.
So you think darkness is your ally?
I just pushed play, so
you
can't rewind.
You adopted the dark.
Give me a
I
second.
was born in it, molded by it. By the time I seen the light, I was already a man. It was nothing to me but blinding. That's how you think until you run up against that motherfucker. Next thing you know, you got a nigga holding you over his head talking about, and now I will break you. Boom! Break your back. Now you trying to roll off into a fucking storm drain and get the fuck away. Too late now, your back's broke. Your ass is well whooped. And you trusted a bitch who was telling you she was gonna lead you some healthy, hearty ass whooping. And that was Batman. Fuck you think they gonna do to your 15-year-old daughter? Just tell you. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm lying. Me and Easy, we love motherfucking Bane, nigga. That's how I got there. But tell me if I'm lying. I'm not gonna let nobody go up against me, even though my daughter may think she got it figured out. She may think she know what's best, but she don't. R. Kelly was Bane. He had the cars, he had the clothes, he had the fame, he had the dough, and he showed them where he's going to make his home. Next thing you know,
Brian,
ain't seen your daughter in 2 years.
Already.
A mainstream artist, not independent.
She was invited to a concert. They met after the concert backstage. And from there, she did get a chance to communicate with him and get his phone number.
R. Kelly did make promises that what he would do for Jocelyn's career.
Come on, man. Come on here now. Come on here now. There it is, the proof in the pudding. And you know why that punk ass nigga daddy, her punk ass daddy ain't saying shit? Because her punk ass daddy fell for the bullshit hook, line, and sinker because he thought he was going to get something and he got finessed.
Plus he got that money too, bitch ass nigga.
He let his daughter
served his daughter up.
She was the bait. He thought he was gonna hook him a fish, and his ass got hooked.
Just like Sparkle served her up on the platter.
Oh
Daughter
yeah,
was gone. Getting fucked well. Getting
and you know, Sparkle was married to somebody that was in public announcement
of being with a fucking superstar, and there was nothing else he could do.
Man, Sparkle, if I was her sister, I'd have whooped her motherfucking ass.
He promised that he would help her with her music, and none of those promises fell through at all.
And how does any of that dictating? How does any of that require? I have to be alone with your daughter. I'll wait. All of it he promised. How does any of that equate to me being alone with your daughter? Hey, man, you say you can get her a contract? Great. Hey, you say you can cut her a great single? Awesome. Hey, you say you can, shape and mold her and get her ready for the stage? I get it. That's awesome. You can prepare her to be the best performer because you know what it takes because you've been doing this for 30 years. That's amazing, man. You're going to do that for my daughter? Oh, wow. You say you need her to go to Orlando at the studio by herself? Nigga, get the fuck out my face on the internet. I knew your punk ass was trying to fuck. How about I come down there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you say I'm gonna impede the motherfucking recording process? Cause she gonna be nervous cause her daddy there? And you want her to be free? Yeah, okay. Nigga, let me tell you this. Call my daughter again, text message my daughter again, and nigga, I'm not gonna be free. Cause I'm gonna be in jail for murdering your ass. How about that, nigga?
That's just it.
Now, can you R&B that shit? Can you la da 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 la la da da? Hear that, weatherman?
For real?
When this nigga's fed up,
that was stupid. These
it ain't nothing you can do about it.
Kids away. This is sad.
You gonna get fucked up. It ain't two ways to talk about it. It's too late to talk about it. Text my daughter again. Watch my feet. I don't give a fuck.
I know that's right.
Respond and look over your shoulder.
But come on, Ty. Come on.
The word is bar.
You gotta have logical sense about this shit. You gonna just give your kids away?
Exactly. All because a motherfucker tell you they can advance their career. And I bet
never advanced nobody's career.
Wouldn't even sing. I bet half of the daughters and stuff wasn't even really singing or nothing like that.
It almost, I ain't gonna lie, it almost make me, when I do listen to this now, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a gangster, I'm a thug up in these streets, but I still kind of tear up behind this because I'm like, wow, as Black people, we're doing this to our children, and what if we don't see this out in the front? Just imagine what's going on in the background in people's households. Like,
exactly.
Fucking fools are doing this shit.
And then you gotta blame the one dude that managed him and helped bring him all the way out. That was taking him to the high school to get high school girls and bring them back to the studio to be fucked. Gotta blame him too.
But at the end of the day, you gotta blame everybody because I know so many hood niggas that have done this already. I've seen this before.
Exactly, you see it on an everyday basis.
But yet and still, we got the white boys that's getting away with this shit though. I ain't being racist. I'm not being racist, guys. Disclaimer: I'm not being racist. White people don't get away with this, but I think white people do get away with it because a lot of them get away with it.
Come on now.
18 years old. And they making fun of me. Yeah, I was husky. I shopped in the husky section. When I went in there,
unknown.
Oh,
I don't even know.
Yes.
If anybody knows who unknown is, put a 1 in the chat. But if you don't know who he is, don't put nothing in the chat.
That's what it was. But anyway,
we lost them on the panel.
The little boys, I mean the teenage boys, they was like fucking with me. These were some big boys. They was big as hell. Talking about me, little fat ass nigga, little fat ass. fucking with me to the point to where I was crying. You know what my daddy did? My daddy saw that they was fucking with me. He said, hey man, y'all gotta go. Niggas, put the niggas out, right?
Now he gotta get into his personal story. Just push play on the damn show, boy. That's why I'm over here stealing your stuff.
Ass nigga, that's what it was. I ain't ashamed of it.
We got a new guest up here.
Knock
knock. Who is it?
Man, I just left the panel. Chill, P.
I don't remember you being on my pen. I had somebody named Unknown up here. Who are you?
What we talking about?
Now you don't want to play that. Oh my God, you be so yo temper tantrum. You be funny and mad at the same damn time.
No, I ain't mad. I'm listening.
And my daddy,
I wish you would tell us who we listening to.
Outside.
Guys.
My daddy pulled over.
Stop trying to get
parked his car.
I'm stealing
and I got the gun, but I ain't got it in here.
Oh, this a YouTube.
Telling me this. Got out the car.
Well, what you think?
Ran up on that young nigga. Put his motherfucking ass up against the wall. Pistol to his motherfucking throat. And said, nigga, you
one time for the one.
My son again, I killed
King Ty, while he over here telling his best stories out of life. King Ty, you on mute. Well, when you come back, I gotta ask you a question about that.
What's up with it?
How did you feel about? I want to ask you this right now, but I'm gonna go back. But I want you to think about this. How did you feel about that interview that was conducted in our private Facebook chat?
What interview?
Oh, you didn't hear the Chase and Truth interview?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. We're gonna come back to that then. I'm gonna put a note in my. I need to put a note then. Supposedly she talked to the producers of the MTV. I'm gonna put a mental note. I'll come back to you.
You talking about the shit with Chase and
Yeah.
Oh, that shit was very interesting to me.
We're gonna put a bookmark in there because we're gonna bookmark that for a moment.
Nobody fuck with his son and them not know the consequences of fucking with his boy. That's what it was. That's what a daddy do, nigga.
Okay, Brian.
Rest in peace, Pop.
Push play.
That's the difference.
He Joy.
Yes.
Real quick.
You don't let nobody fuck with yours. You don't let nobody.
Pause it real quick.
Okay.
You kind of irritate.
I know,
what
right?
is he reacting to the surviving R. Kelly? Is that what he doing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, because I've been watching him over the last couple of days. Well, I've been watching him for a long time, but he's been doing this when this came out. So I really agree with him a little bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's speaking some shit. I ain't gonna lie, but now he's starting to get irritated.
He said he wanted to help her out with her music, and
I'm sorry,
because we told her, we was like, okay, like
talk to them.
You can literally get your foot in the door, like with this. I mean, like he can, we all thinking that he wanted her to fly out or whatever. She wanted to bring a friend with her. All her friends was busy at the time. She wanted to get me to go with her. She told him about it, and she told me that he was saying something like, I feel uncomfortable, because, he's a songwriter, and I feel uncomfortable with him being in the room, considering we both do the same thing. But I was like, okay.
Basically a bunch of BS.
Thank you. And that is the fact of the matter. That's exactly what it is. And these some young niggas. And they figured it out. Just like that. Just like that. Just like Mr. Yaddle did. Just like Sodom Noonspa did. Basically, it was a bunch of bullshit. Why would a nigga like R. Kelly give a fuck about a no-name that's like he all come to the studio with him? If he was really legit, he would be like, look here, baby girl. I know you wanna, you trying to get on and you might be scared or whatever the case may be, but I ain't on that. You can bring your daddy, you can bring your mammy, your greasy grandpappy, your greasy grandmammy. You can bring them all. They ain't gonna be like in the booth, but they could be watching us. I ain't gonna have no 30 motherfuckers over my shoulder, but bring you 1 or 2 people if you want to come to the studio with you. I'm producing you, girl. You with the Pied Piper, the lesbian R&B thug. I could give a fuck. Ain't none of them niggas. They can write, but they can't write like me. So yeah, they can come and they can watch. Shit, the fuck? This nigga's watching me right now, sitting on the couch. Now I done fucked about 4 or 5 bitches on. Happy. That's what a real motherfucker gonna do. I don't care if you come. Shit, you can come to the studio. You ain't gonna be on the board with me or sitting at the motherfucker. I ain't gonna hear you, nigga. I ain't gonna see you, and you ain't gonna be in my way. This is my space. And when I'm creating, I do my thing. But I feel uncomfortable with you being there, like, you up in there. I feel uncomfortable having your songwriting. He do what I do, and I don't want. Okay, fine. Glass motherfucking room, nigga. You can't hear shit, but you can see the shit. You can see I ain't choking the bitch or fucking the bitch. You can see that. That's all you need.
She wound up having to go by herself. She went to Oklahoma. After she had, came back from Oklahoma, because we picked her up from the airport. And she told me, she went to the show, and after that, he wanted her to go back to the hotel.
Do you see? Instantly, I got this bitch by myself. I'm trying to fuck. Any man gonna do that.
So basically, the guys that's talking right now was trying to intervene between Azriel, I guess, and claim that her cousins and them was producers, and the daddy sent them with Azriel to do this, and R. Kelly basically said, get their ass up out of here. So that's what that's why they don't hear
personal or nothing like that. Because she wasn't interested in him at the time. She just wanted to do music.
Exactly. So imagine the responsible people in this whole equation should be who, y'all?
The parents.
I'll wait. The songwriter and the the music producer and the songwriter that already said this nigga was on bullshit, should they be the responsible party here? Nope. Should the enamored young 16, 17-year-old girl, should she be the responsible party here? Nope. Should R. Kelly be the responsible motherfucker here? The nigga that's been fucking his sister since he was 7 years old? Do you expect him to be the responsible party here? Nope.
That hurts.
How about the 2 people that created and gave birth and raised this little girl? Should they be the responsible party here? I think so. The parents are supposed to be like, bitch, you ain't about to fly on no plane by yourself to go with R. Kelly out in fucking Oakland for some show and the studio. Have you lost your motherfucking mind? Matter of fact, get that whole ass nigga on the phone, because I resent the fact that he tried to get your motherfucking young ass on the plane to come out to wherever the fuck he at to perform. Nigga, are you out your fucking mind? You would think that would be the last thing he would want to do if he's trying to make sure that don't nobody accuse him of sleeping with no underage girl, because that ain't what he do, right? And that's the exact thing that he tries to do. Fuck out my face on the internet. My parents should have japped out right then and there, but you know what? They didn't. You know why? Because they wanted the bag. And you know what they did? They put their little girl on a fucking plane. There you go. They didn't even motherfucking drop off or pick up. Them niggas did. Where the fuck her parents at?
And then she said he came to the door and he wanted her to sleep with him.
Come on, guys.
So then she was like, I don't know about this. I don't want to do this. And he was like, don't be negative. Said, look at this as a positive of us growing close together.
You see that shit? You see that?
Man, after that,
not the first time. And these niggas ain't got no reason to lie right here. Not the first time, not the third time they went out. Not the 10th time. Not after 3 months. Not after the first demo was cut. Not after the first studio session, not 6 years later, not 6 weeks later, not 6 days later, not 2 weeks later, not 2 months later. First time out, he fucking. What y'all doing in there? We fucking. What you trying to do? I'm trying to fuck. First time out.
Oh my gosh.
This is a thing gonna help us grow closer together. This is a positive thing, girl, that I want to fuck you. Because I know you want to fuck me too. Where was her parents at?
Oh my God.
At home, sitting there like motherfucking dollar bill. Money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money, yeah, yeah. Jocelyn gone, yeah, yeah. We getting paid, yeah, yeah.
I thought this was
Jocelyn
gone,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
Joy's parents.
We getting paid, yeah, yeah. I told you this shit was gonna work. I knew it was gonna get that. No, you ain't no shit. I told you, bitch. I knew I was going when I took her to that job. I knew that nigga was going. Meanwhile, what you think she thinking? I can tell you what she thinking. This is my shot. This is my chance. This is my moment. If I refuse this nigga, my career that I thought was about to get started is over. Grand opening, grand closing. I'm gonna let my parents down. I'm gonna let my producer down. I'm gonna let my songwriter down. I'm gonna let all these motherfuckers that's counting on me to go out here and secure this deal and to perform. I'm gonna let them all down. You know what a young, impressionable girl is gonna do in that situation when she's being propositioned by a fucking superstar and R&B icon? You know what she's gonna do? Even though she doesn't realize the gravity of it, she's gonna secure the bag. That's what the fuck she's gonna do, because she don't want to come home a loser. Ain't shit parents.
She pretty much kind of gave in from there.
There it is. Continues to see R. Kelly, but does not tell her family. 1, we go to my room of fun. 2, I'm gonna lie to you. 3, you gonna be with me. 4, I'm gonna get some more. 5, I'm gonna stay alive. 6, and you're gonna get this dick that on.
So where do the brainwashing come in? Does it start with R. Kelly or does it start with the parents? Because as a child,
it starts with the parents.
Because I'm really heartbroken behind hearing that. I heard the story, but I just didn't really get into the story. But that's a lot of pressure you're under, especially
the manipulation starts with the parents because at the end of the day, it's their fault. They sent them into that situation. Even though I'm not gonna lie, a couple of them put themselves in that situation by actually going to kills, you know what I'm saying, and lying about their age. But the majority of them were just plain up put there. You see what I'm saying? Like, them parents let them just go out there. They just let R. Kelly finesse them. Oh, your daughter can sing. Well, check this out. You know what I'm saying? Fly her out to Chicago, come live and work with me. I have a right in a few months. You know what I'm saying? They actually signed written contracts with this man.
Right. Yeah, they signed paperwork. That's the sick part of it also. It's like, how are you on here now crying about the shit when you signed paperwork?
Hey, did R. Kelly did he admit to paying the parents?
No.
Yeah. He was still paying them their all they goddamn bills, especially.
Yeah. Well, that part.
No, I'm saying did he come out publicly and like I was paying them? Do we know for?
No, he never. Now, Ty, literally, he never really said. He just said on that Gail situation when it was on the Gail show, he was just like, "Well, who would sign their kids over to me then if I was that bad of a person?" He still had never admitted that he giving out money.
But come on now. Even though he ain't admit that he paid him, but come on now, think about it. You mean to
Yeah,
tell
no. In a court of law, Ty, in a court of law, you gotta admit.
shit.
We all can speculate all day. That's why the parents don't really want to say.
This is what pisses me off.
Exactly.
That's why they don't really want to say. Why you think the dad was mad at the bloggers today? He was mad at Tasha K because he went live on Instagram talking about my daughter ain't no snitch. She ain't working with the feds. I'm like, bro, isn't that the reason why we all here? Isn't this the reason why we all like, oh my God, R. Kelly's a monster. Call the police. And Azarel daddy said, my daughter ain't no motherfucking snitch. I said, huh? Wait, what? Nigga, we want her to be a snitch. That's the point.
Come on now.
Come on.
Come on. Try to act like, well, you gotta tell me now, girl. When you do something, girl, did you do something? Did you smoke with
I didn't even know Jocelyn's story like this. I didn't even know that the songwriters and the producers was the ones serving her ass up. And they look like they was just as young as they look just as young as Jocelyn.
The one producer was, like I said, taking him to the high schools and all type of shit to get young girls and shit.
Lord have mercy. My chest is like, my chest is tight. This is a lot.
Yeah. Like I said, the one producer that really discovered him and really brought him all the way out, like I said, used to take him to all the high schools in Chicago to find young girls and shit.
No. What I'm saying is Jocelyn had her own songwriter and her own producer that was taking her. That when they went to Ohio, I think that's where they from, and he said, "No, y'all niggas can't get on the plane."
Nice life.
Right.
Oh hell no! R. Kelly is out here. R. Kelly. Boy, oh boy. I don't know what that man doing in jail, but I bet he happy in jail right now because boy, oh boy. This is some sick ass shit. I don't know who's sicker, the mom, the dads, the parents, the people around.
If you want to come to my hotel, all you gotta do is holler at me.
I'm here for you to play the damn
We'll
thing.
be at the party, and you'll be locked up in the room with no kids. That's where he at. Where's she at?
Italy, my dad and my mom told Joycelyn, you're not doing no more music. You know, they just influenced her to go back to school. Just go to school, go to college, and focus on your work. Nothing more, nothing else. And so what she did, she went off to college. And, you know, it was normal until around December of 2016.
I found out that she was not attending college on a regular basis, that she was staying on dorm, but she was coming to her classes, but she was leaving and going to R. Kelly's house. And I found out that she was not only just with him, but she was also with other girls. At the time, it was at least 5 or 6 other girls.
Right. And at that point, I wanted to do some type of intervention with her.
Hold on. What happened? What you mean? R. Kelly wanted you to listen?
No, I'm saying at the moment that was just at the time, but it was just a one-time thing. That's he had to want to.
After we found out that she was in communication with him.
What she say? Yeah, obviously, yeah. Obviously, yeah.
She said that he wanted her to be with the girl group. Come to find out, the girl group were several girls that were with him in the past, and one of the girls are still with him today. That was so initially supposed to be part of this so-called girl group.
Jocelyn, Azarel, Dominique, you had.
Here's the thing. Yes, she was 19 at the time. The point is this. It's the same MO. It's the same routine. Just different girls. It didn't matter if they was 14. It didn't matter if they was 17. It didn't matter if they was 19. It didn't matter if they was 20. It didn't matter if they was 22. And it didn't matter if they was 32. It was the same game. It was the same thing. That's why I'm telling you, for what he was doing, it was a thing of him saying, this is what I'm on. You can get with this or you can get with that. And they was with it. That's my point. That's the whole thing to this. You can look at the you can see the modus operandi. He was doing the same shit. It didn't matter if the girl was 15. It didn't matter if the girl was 32. Are you with this me controlling you shit? Yes. Welcome home, bitch.
Trying not to laugh when he says stuff because I'm like, oh my god.
That's not funny though. What the fuck he on now? What he didn't flip the script.
No, what he's basically saying is R. Kelly didn't have a preference. Bitch, you can be 15 or you can be 30. Why they trying to group it up like, oh, he was controlling all these young girls? No, he was controlling 30-year-old bitches too, because they was knocking on his front door. R. Kelly
was just controlling bitches. I don't agree. I don't know about
they
all
were
this.
knocking on his door. If you literally listen to this, if you really was to go back and look at this shit, you would see bitches saying, well, he told me to go home and leave me alone, but I called them again, and I kept calling him for weeks, and he finally answered. And then when he answered, he said, bitch, are you going to let me piss in your face? And I was like, I was there in 45 minutes. I was like, what?
Come on now.
So you want to be there.
Exactly.
He's not controlling y'all. Y'all want to be there. And I use pissing in the face. He actually said something, Peter Piper. But, it's just feels like they making him out of this horrible, he locking him in basements and it's a code and they brainwash. It's like he said, bitch, go home.
Come on now. That's just like Dominique. Like I said, she reunited with her mama on the last episode of the last season of Surviving R. Kelly.
now it's a series. She came back. In the finale, she left. The opening season.
Dominique went back the next day and was still in the house when he got arrested. And now all of a sudden she want to come out crying. The only reason, why? Because he ain't out to take care of her no more.
Or the mama said that.
Come on.
Mama's like, they stopped paying my bills.
Come on now.
I went and got her because I'm like, huh?
And she went back the next day, right after they wrapped up taping that motherfucker. She went right back and was in the house, like I said, when he got arrested.
It's all controlling. It's a mind control.
He controls them. Right?
It's mind control with the audience, which is us, because you got some people like, oh, he's a dirty, nasty man, and then you got, I guess, people like me, like I can't pick between. He's a nasty old man, but goddamn, y'all parents are some nasty, and y'all some little badass little thotty thots. How long was R. Kelly in jail? And they could have went home months ago.
Come on now.
This whole little fight, they talking about, I'm so happy that they're free now. I'm sorry, R. Kelly been in jail for like the last 8 months. Could have left then.
Come on now.
No, because they were brainwashed. They couldn't leave. They could have left.
Plus, this the thing. Another thing that gets me. Everybody low key really know Kills is really slow as fuck. So you mean to tell me you gonna let a retarded motherfucker manipulate you? The motherfucker.
Now, wait a minute. Hold up. Joy was like when she was like, oh, I talk to him all the time. He reads all my letters. I said, wait a minute. Didn't y'all just say the man couldn't read?
Come on now.
So now he reading letters? Come on, I ain't playing with these people.
Like the fuck. You mean to tell me?
R. Kelly not slow. You
could tell a little bit that he is a little bit slow, but not how, you know what I'm saying, like they trying to make it. But you could tell, like, if you really sit back and really pay attention to him, you can tell he really did a little bit slow though. You can actually tell that. You feel me?
Hey, how old is R. Kelly? How old is he? Like in his 50s?
He just turned 50. Actually, his birthday was the day they got in the fight, which was yesterday.
Day before yesterday or something like that.
Or
But
Wednesday, okay, the 9th or the 8th.
He should be in his late 40s, probably.
No, he just turned. He turned 50, so he just had a birthday. That's why it was so crazy when they got in the fight. They were like, "Damn, these bitches fighting on his birthday."
All this shit confusing and weird, man. Free all of them shit. I don't want to see nobody locked up.
Free everybody.
With kids.
Internet.
Yeah. Free Bill Cosby too. Shit.
Yeah. No, actually,
ain't up the bill wrong.
No, free Bill, because them old bitches talking about, I remember he gave me a pill. Bitch, you was like 9 years old. You remember?
Yeah, 50 years later though. Get the fuck out of here.
Get out of here. Bill Cosby don't even remember. Like,
you know, the judicial system is ass backwards because you can't even do no rape kit, no none of that shit. You can't even bring up old evidence. It was 50 years later. So how the fuck does that stand up in court?
That's why this R. Kelly shit is gonna be either it's gonna get thrown out or they're gonna have to come with some very new evidence because they don't have no young girls. They're prosecuting R. Kelly right now off of popular opinion and social media. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh well, we remember he did piss on a girl before and blah blah blah. If you can't see it today, I don't want to hear about it today.
Exactly.
And I know he did it. We know he married Aaliyah, and he was messing with Aaliyah when she was 15, but that was almost 30 years ago. And where were you guys at then? Like, don't prosecute the people that's saying, like me, saying, I don't give a fuck today. Oh, but no, you gotta understand, he a nasty, dirty. No, he was a nasty, dirty nigga 30 years ago. Today, I don't know what to tell you. Today, I see parents handing their kids off now. That's
just like we've been doing since the beginning of time.
That's who need to go to jail. These fucking parents, and they trying to get out of it. Why do you think Azriel daddy had phones planted in the house? Why you think she was like, oh, Julie, you was having sex with me when I was a minor? No, you wasn't saying that shit on Gail, on the show with Gail.
Come on now.
All of a sudden now, Jocelyn, Joy, whatever the fuck y'all want to call her, is having sex with you when you was a minor? Nah, come on, G. Y'all need to stop this shit. This is too much. But let me push play because he just finally stopped talking because
people watching at 183 likes. Click the like button for you. Now, Jesus. All this good ass commentary. Y'all can click that like button. Click that like button now, girl. There we go. Get them numbers up. I should be at least about 250.
Appearance change. You know, she cut her hair off.
Thank you.
She would wear sweatpants. She started losing weight. She was like she was just very skinny, and it was just like, Joycelyn, this is not Joycelyn. Like, what's going on?
Joycelyn did not return to school after the Christmas break for the spring semester in January. Finally, on July 17, 2017, we see our daughter on TMZ.
I'm in a happy place with my life, and I'm not being brainwashed or anything like that.
A lot of people saw the hand gestures when...
You got your daughter with this dude for I don't know how long. What did you think was going to happen? Just listen to that. She's been with him all this time. What did you think was going to happen? How long did you think that it was just going to be, oh, well, he just hit it once or twice there, that's it. A young girl like that at 17, 18, 19 years old, getting taken care of with a fucking superstar, getting all of her need, her work needs satisfied. You want a bag, we buy you 4. You want shoes, we can get you 3 pairs. You want a dress, we'll buy you. He's spending bread on her. Hell, there's some of y'all that's 40 that'll go and be with that nigga if he buying all the shit that you want.
And I found out that she was not only just with him, but she was also with other girls. At the time, it was at least 5 or 6 other girls.
Right. And at that point, I wanted to do some type of intervention with her.
Hold on. What happened? What you mean? R. Kelly wanted you for herself?
No.
What you mean? R. Kelly wanted you for herself?
No,
Hold on, I'll be right back, y'all.
No, I'm saying at the moment that was just at the time, but I just a one-time thing. He didn't love you.
After we found out that she was in communication with him, she said that he wanted her to be a part of the girl group. Come to find out, the girl group were several girls that were with him in the past, and one of the girls are still with him today. That was so initially supposed to be part of this so-called girl group.
Jocelyn, Azarel, Dominique, you had multiple girls that were supposed to be a part of a girl group.
R. Kelly does make promises to the girls that he gets involved with. He sees mostly as girls that are looking to be in the entertainment industry.
She ended up getting very mad, very defensive, and it was just like seeing her like that was just like, Joycelyn, what's going on, Joycelyn?
I'm ready to go. Like, why am I still on?
Do you hear what they arguing about? And do you hear, oh damn, I ain't got the camera back on. Do you hear what they arguing about and what the issue is? No pleading for your daughter, no, hey, let's figure this out. Do you need help, counseling? None of that.
Why are we still here?
Her appearance changed. You know, she cut her hair off. You know, she'll wear sweatpants. She started losing weight. She was like she was just very skinny. And it was just like, Joycelyn, this is not Joycelyn. Like, what's going on?
Joycelyn did not return to school after the Christmas break for the spring semester in January.
I mean, don't y'all find it odd how this nigga, her daddy, ain't saying shit? He is a man of few words and no action. That shit is weird as fuck to me, man. She said, I'm not leaving my husband for Kels. Genuine maybe. See that? You see? See what I mean, Lanisha? She said, genuine maybe. I'm going to think about it. He'll at least get me out for dinner. Genuine at least going to get dinner out there. Oh, man.
Finally, on July 17th, 2017, we see our daughter on TMZ.
I'm in a happy place with my life, and I'm not being brainwashed or anything like that.
A lot of people saw the hand gestures when he was cut off. He could barely answer the questions correctly.
Are you currently in Georgia, or where are you?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Are you with other roommates, or are you free to go?
Tell me what, I mean, you know what? I'm going to be fair. Mothers and fathers, because I was about to task fathers with this. Mothers and fathers, tell me this. Is there any way possible that if you knew that your daughter could be at R. Kelly's house in Georgia, at R. Kelly's house in Olympia Field, at R. Kelly's house in California, wherever the fuck R. Kelly got houses at? Because you can find that shit out easily.
Right.
Is there anything that would keep you from showing the fuck up and you ain't seen your daughter in 6 months? And in the 6-month time frame, you see her on TMZ and she's sounding weird as fuck. Is there anything that would keep you?
I'm going to tell you right now, in the profession that I am in, and people probably don't believe it. I'm sorry. It is YouTube. People don't believe what people do. I don't do a lot of fighting. I don't do a lot of pulling up. I don't do a lot of cursing. Well, I do a lot of cursing. I was just about to lie. I just don't do a lot of flexing and capping. Now, when it comes to my kids, when it comes to mine, I mean, you can always say you never know unless you put in that position. That's true. It's always true. It's all you're always tested. You're always tested. I know what tests I want to take, and I know what tests I don't want to take. But when it comes to my kids, I'ma always show out. I'ma always show out. Now, when it comes to YouTube, I don't do too much showing out. People has put out my children before, pictures. My son got a YouTube channel. They put my son YouTube channel out, but I never reacted behind it because it's like, it's fugazi to me. But when it comes to my kids, real life, I'm pulling up.
This is Joycelyn Savage, and I would like to direct this message to my family. I am happy where I'm at and the people that I'm around. I love you to death, but I need you to understand me.
Back in August of 2017, I got a phone call from Tim Savage, and then he started to detail to me the allegations that he had made against Robert Sylvester Kelly. And of course, I was shocked and appalled. And August 4th, 2017, we had our initial press conference where we outlined that he'd hired a legal team to help reunite with his daughter.
Stockholm syndrome, with brainwashed. She's brainwashed to the point where she's not the same Joycelyn that we knew. It kind of started a media frenzy with his fans. People started accusing us of selling her to him and all of that.
We was all alone. It was hard. It was terrifying.
Ooh, her daddy about
People
to make
said a lot of negative things about my parents. Some people even said.
Let me tell you something. I want anybody that's in the hood, from the hood, has lived in the hood, know some real people in the hood. You take one of these two people that's in the hood. You take either the top drug dealer or the top gangbanger in your hood. Picture that person in your mind. The top drug dealer or the top gangbanger in your neighborhood. So for those of my people that are from the hood, you take those two people.
Now this test is kind of hard.
And you tell me what them niggas would do if they daughter did this shit right here. Just think about that. Take the number one nigga that the coldest drug dealer in your neighborhood of all time, the GOAT, and the GOAT of gangbanging in your hood.
And then again, shout out to his to his shout out. Why does it have to be those only two options? Well, damn. There's not only drug dealers and gangbangers in my neighborhood. There's none, actually. But why do I have to choose between those two to say if something happened to my kids, what I'm gonna do? We black people, we sometimes we be right there at the finish line. We be right there, and then somebody say something and be like, "Oh, damn! Come on, guys, let's walk back to the starting line." Shit, god damn it, this guy didn't push everything back. We can't even get to the finish line now because he didn't push everything back. Why I got to choose between those two motherfuckers?
Unheard of. This is a piece of crack. If the Savages would have known what was going on, like from the start, yeah, all of that would have been shut down. Especially from Tim.
Yeah,
all of that would have been
never would have got to this point.
Never.
Are you certain?
One thing I can say about the Savage family, they are very strong. And they love their daughter immensely. They put up with all of the reformation. They are
Did you hear that nigga say reformation? I ain't gonna even hate. I don't even hate on it. Everybody misspeak every now and again, but that nigga said reformation when he meant to say defamation. I get it. But thank you. Everybody responded, pulling up. Somebody even put in there, I'm motherfucker pulling up like a pamper. Everybody's in agreement. You pulling up. And it's not about being a gangster, thug ass nigga. It ain't about that. What I'm saying to you is there's a point in time where there's a thing to where you can't say, oh, I need a lawyer to get my 19-year-old daughter back. It ain't that. It's the sheer fact of your resolve to show a motherfucker how far you willing to go that will make a motherfucker understand what they dealing with. When a nigga see you willing to go just as far or further than them, there's a different level of respect and acknowledgement that comes with that. And if this is for your daughter, nigga, you gonna die anyway. If you ain't gonna die for your daughter, what the fuck are you here for? What the fuck are you living for? Your legacy is everything. This what you gonna be remembered as? Really? I'm gonna get a team of lawyers, and we gonna take Robert Sylvester Kelly down. Yeah. How's that working out for you?
That motherfucker said, yeah.
Salute in getting contact with their daughter, no matter what.
And all I'm saying is this.
Oh my God.
If you got a drug dealer and a gangbanger willing to pull up, you know what they gonna do. All I'm saying is as a father, nigga, you pull up. All I'm saying as a mother, nigga, you pull up. Sit outside that motherfucker's house. And when the police come, sir, we want you to move. Hey, man, this nigga got my daughter, please. I ain't going no motherfucking way.
Nowhere.
Let's see the arrest records of you sitting out and squatting in front of this nigga's house or across the street or standing in the street with a fucking sign saying R. Kelly has my daughter. Let's see that at least. You ain't got to throw hands. You ain't got to go grab the pistol and go shoot a motherfucker. I get it. That ain't in everybody.
But
if motherfuckers can walk up and down the street talk about mute R. Kelly, I'm quite sure motherfuckers can walk up and down the street saying, hey, bring Joycelyn Savage to the front door. Go in front of Chicago tracks. Go in front of the house in Olympia Field. Go to the house in motherfucking Atlanta, Georgia. And I know to the dumbass right now that's saying, well, he ain't know where he lived. He don't know where R. Kelly lived. Motherfucker, it's public information. Hell, R. Kelly's house got broken into during this time, and that shit was all over social media because it was some other niggas he didn't pay that he owed money to. You know what them niggas did? They went to his fucking crib when he wasn't there, and they took everything fucking in it. They got paid. Why can't you go get your daughter? Why for you can't go get your daughter?
Why for you can't go get your daughter? That's for real.
Be sitting outside Chicago tracks.
That is
Be
true.
sitting outside of
They
Town.
did break into that nigga house.
He gonna
since
pull up.
then.
He gonna walk to McDonald's. Everybody know that.
Nah.
Google the shit. Thank you.
You can't snatch your daughter out this nigga house, but they went in there and robbed this nigga with your
Somebody
daughter
knows
in
this
there.
nigga address.
Come on, G.
What it takes within the bounds of the law.
This is crazy.
Joycelyn knew that her granddad had passed, and she still could not come because of the control issue from Robert Sylvester Kelly.
Robert Sylvester Kelly.
The Joycelyn that I knew would definitely want to come to her granddaddy's funeral. And it always lead back to my father. He was always there for me, and he was always there for Joycelyn. But on his dying day at the hospital, he told me, he said, son, do whatever you have to do to get my Joycella back home. And I promised him that. And I was the last person to touch that casket, and I promised my father I would do whatever it takes to get Joycelyn out of this situation and to get these other young ladies free.
Not Nan Tiffel. Not Nan Tiffel. Just saying.
I cannot take this.
Not Nan Tiffel. And shout out to my man Brass Man Taker for donating $250 to your boy. That's what's up. Shout out to Kim Marsh, sent your boy $5. And shout out to Steven, Steven W, sent your boy $10.
Shout
That's
out to
what's
y'all
up.
for pushing that like
Thank you for hitting your boy up on the Cash App
right now.
And then I believe somebody hit your boy up on the PayPal. Let me see here. Yes, sir. Abel Jones hit your boy off with $5. That's what's up. And I thought somebody else. Yep. And shout out to Cornelius Crawford hit your boy up with $20. Thank y'all. Appreciate you.
I'm trying to get to
Click
that
that
point.
donate that like.
This is crazy. We up here so close to Jocelyn. We as a family have to fight this fight, not as playing checkers, but playing chess, because of who Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly is and his team of enablers. And we
shout out to my man Bolo, hit your boy out with $2. Say nothing but love. Thanks, bro. I appreciate you, man. Y'all check out Bolo TV. That's what's up. I'm proud of you, man. I saw you started your channel, Doc.
have to play every according to what moves we make that's in benefit of Jocelyn, whether it's being quiet, whether it's talking, whether it's trying to do everything we can to get her out this situation.
Hi, I would like to do a well-being check on my oldest sister. Okay, what's the address? It's the Trump Towers residency side. Okay, and what's going on with your sister? I heard some disturbing news about my sister, and I just want to know if she's okay. I know I haven't seen her in over 3 years, but I heard that she's been abused and she's not well right now. Okay, and what's your sister's name? Jocelyn Savage.
3 years.
Hi. I'm Jacqueline Savage, and I'm Jocelyn Savage's sister. I was the one who called about a disturbance about my sister. Yeah. I just want to check on her well-being. If it could be just me.
Here's my thing, y'all.
A disturbance?
Because like I said before, I'm just trying to point out the obvious stuff here that people aren't acknowledging. You mean to tell me it took y'all 3 years to get to this point? Nigga, I'd have been ready for this in 3 days. I'd have been ready for this at 3 weeks. I would have been ready for this at 3 months. That's what I'm saying. Because I give a shit, and I ain't gonna let no man out here do me like that with my daughter. That's all I'm saying. So now, 3 years, it took 3 years, camera crew, documentary series to get to this point.
Wow.
I just can't ride with that. I don't feel sorry for them as parents for that. It's more, if your kid, we talking about a minor, if your kid go missing for 24 hours, you can file a police report. Yes? Yes. They tell you we don't file police reports till your child missing 24 hours. Hell, but they'll issue an Amber Alert after like 2 hours or some shit like that. I don't know. They'll issue an Amber Alert like a motherfucker. Here's my thing. It took 3 years, a camera crew for a documentary series to get them to this point to where they're showing up with the police and a team of lawyers. Team of lawyers, 3 years time, docu-series, and a camera crew. Everybody's mic'd up and the production is on. Action to get to this point for a pull-up. And y'all trying to feel sorry for these parents? Lazy ass parents. That's an ain't shit parent. I'm sorry. Them some ain't shit parents right there. I ain't tripping on her sisters because that ain't their responsibility. You let my motherfucking 16, 17, 18, 19, you let my 25-year-old daughter be gone and I ain't heard from her ass in 3 months, 3 weeks, 6 months. Man, I'm pulling the fuck up. Police or not.
That's true.
Me and my little sister can go up there with one of you guys and see ourselves if she's okay as well.
So that's... Well, we can knock on the door. We can't break it in.
Right. Thank you. Being in Chicago right now and knowing that my sister is literally minutes away from me.
And I'm going to tell you like this.
This is the thing I want to know before I'm gonna turn him down. He's going to start it back up. Why is it that the sister is doing all the talking and not the parents? That's the thing that's kind of, now that I'm watching it, I'm like, why is the younger daughter younger than Jocelyn
aka Joy, she's doing all the talking, all the direction, all this and all that, and the parents are just like sitting there like bumps on the log. I know how I am as a parent because I have younger children up under my 20-year-old. When my 13-year-old daughter gets to talking, I'll be like, girl, shh. Why are you talking? But the way she's talking, I'm like, why is she taking over? It's almost making me believe, I don't know, maybe old boy don't want to be caught on audio talking too much because it can be proved against them. Because now that's what I'm starting to think now. You got to start thinking about certain things why certain people are not talking as much. Because this little...
Be like, Joycelyn, I'm here and I'm coming to save you.
Okay. Get her. Okay. Take her.
I just really want to see her. So bad, I really want to see her. If I just get 5 minutes with her, I would be happy. It would make my whole entire 3 years of fighting for her. Hello, I'm here to check up on my older sister, Joycelyn Tyrell Savage.
This has been a traumatic experience. We just want our daughter back.
Hi, hello, I'm here, Savage.
This has been a traumatic experience for me and my family. We haven't seen her since the year 2016. We just...
Shout out to Bolo. He hit your boy up again. He was like, hey, he said, this needs to be done. Men are under attack. Thanks. Hey, man, my pleasure, bro. Appreciate you, man. Then Steven said, just for that song, laugh out loud. Hit your boy out with $10. That's what's up. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate it.
We want our daughter back. We just want our family back. We fight not just for Joycelyn. We fight for all these victims.
He's not here. She's not here. I know she's here. He said he heard that from the residents. I'm missing her. I want to see her.
We only want to see her.
Do y'all hear how fucking fake this shit sounds?
Right.
She just went from crying to saying, I need her, I miss her, I want to see her. And I'm okay with that because she's 16, 17, she's a young girl. I get it. I get the fake bullshit. That ain't her job. That ain't her responsibility. But what about these parents though?
Like, we don't know, by other people telling us they're not there.
Do that really look like a parent, a father that's really like pissed the fuck off he ain't seen his daughter in 3 years? Men, is that how y'all would be? Is that how you would be carrying yourself? Is that how you would be behaving? With this dumbass look. You know what he looked like? He looked like ass was looking in a band and making a band. That nigga looked just like Dylon.
We're not hearing this directly from her. We're hearing from other people. She's not here. Or anything. That's why we're fighting so hard.
We continue to fight until we see Joycelyn.
Right.
And make sure that Joycelyn come home safe and sound. Heavenly Father, we come to you today. Our prayers are not being answered, but we know that you are in control of everything, oh Heavenly Father. In due time, in due season, you will have Joycelyn back with us. In Jesus' name, we give the name. Amen. Love y'all.
Amen.
I don't know what verse it is, but the Lord told me, faith without works is dead. So you can stand your dumb ass there praying all you want. Without no work, it's dead. And they ain't say faith without work of the TV network. No, he just said faith without works is dead. That's what I'm saying. All of that shit, you praying for what? You ain't did nothing. You ain't went no damn well. You done got flown out to Chicago, probably ate good, slept good, nice hotel, had the TV network, took care of you, treated you real nice, accommodated your ass, mic'd you up. You shot a scene like it was a fucking movie or afternoon special or some shit, and that's what you did. You moved on to the next scene.
Yeah, I can't do it. Pimp parents. Oh Lord, I can't do it. I really
seriously.
Pimp parents.
The only prayer that you would have heard coming from my mouth would have been the prayer that Stephen said in Django. Sweet baby Jesus, please let me get up so I can kill this nigga. That's the only prayer I'm praying. I ain't seen my daughter in 3 years. Sweet baby Jesus, please let me get up and kill this nigga. It's gonna always be a candy land.
Okay, my bad. I'm not.
Nigga, it's gonna always be a rock land. Okay, nigga.
I decided to share my story because I heard the parents. I heard from the Savages. I heard from the Clarys. And when you're young, like I have a lot in common with Azrael. She was 17.
But I thought over 30
I was
years,
17.
He destroyed all
She's
these
a
young
phenomenal
women's
singer.
lives. And those are the only parents. Flued out. Period.
She is just a bright young woman. When you watch her videos when she was young, she was so vivacious. Like, you know, like she had the light in her eyes. And now she's so grown. And I really came out for her and Joy.
Not me.
The thing that the observer,
Easy.
Melanin,
you get
the thing that you have to realize
Hold
too
on.
with all of these young girls.
Let me explain something to you real quick. Easy. You give a person a piece of paper with a bunch of shit that say blah 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 blah. I'm taking your daughter, blah 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 blah, and then you sign it, and then you try to cry 10 years later. That's how you sign your kids off.
Well, shoot for the stars and you land in.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Shoot for the moon, you land. Shoot for something like that. Shoot for the moon, you land on the stars.
But no, they did sign the kids off like that.
Just saying. I'm just saying.
And
it's like
I'm sorry.
You ain't
I'm
there.
Mute him a little bit. When they mention the parents, oh my God, I'm such a bad person because I'm trying so hard to be. I'm always there for the victims. And I know that these girls have been victimized. And I understand that this man is a predator. He preyed upon these young girls. He's also was a victim. But at the end of the day, I'm so trying to understand, breathing in, breathing out, that these people do not fight for their children. I see it commented, how do you sign your child off? How do you sign your child off? How do you do that? And then be upset 10 years later. Can I help you? Oh, you need a charger? Girl.
I was 17. I mean, I miss my daughter beyond words. It's unimaginable. Like, no one can know this. When you have a child that's lost and passed away, you know they're gone. Like, you're never going to see them again. But this is a little bit different because I know she's somewhere. It's just that I'm not talking to her.
This is Azrael's parents speaking now.
It's heartbreaking.
Isn't it real convenient how she just glossed over that that her daughter met R. Kelly at a concert at 17 and she didn't mention who was there? To you, wouldn't that story be like, yeah, my daughter was 17, her and 4 of her friends, Well, her and 3 of her friends, they brought front row tickets to go see R. Kelly, and somehow they met him. They was able to meet him. They got called backstage. Wouldn't that be a part of the story as opposed to just saying they met at a concert? Because we know Jocelyn, her daddy took her to that concert and got her backstage. If y'all didn't know that, I'm just saying. Yeah. Duh-huh. Duh-huh. But duh-huh. Your daddy take you to a concert, R. Kelly concert, and get you backstage. I wonder how.
Ezra was definitely more or less the glue to the family. I didn't really realize that until this whole situation happened, and I saw how people could really just fall apart without Ezra. She really had like a light to her that just kind of made people want to be around her.
I still love her, and I want her to know that I'm still just protecting her. And I only want the best for her, and I'm willing to fight for her no matter what.
Social media is probably one I can ever have experience at, especially when you fighting a celebrity. Me and my wife have been labeled from some of the worst things. Like we used our daughter. We pimped our daughter out. We sold our daughter.
And it's like the people are saying these things, and yes, it's a bit of an exaggeration, but you definitely created the opportunity and served her up. Do I think you said, look, it's going to cost you $22,000 if you're going to, do I think you did that? No, I don't. In all fairness, I don't think they did that. Do I think that they said, yeah, Kelly, you can have her for 2 weeks? I don't think that either. I don't think they pimped her out, but I definitely think they created the opportunity for her to be alone with this dude. I definitely think that they created the opportunity for her to be around this dude, for her to be in the company of this man that they know at this time, because this ain't no shit that happened 20 years ago. This shit was like 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They created the opportunity for a man that they knew to have had a past of sleeping with young underage girls. Even though she was 17, your job and your responsibility is to keep her till she 18. Why let her go? If she gonna do what she gonna do anyway, fine, little bitch. You gonna do that shit after your 18th birthday. You ain't gonna do that shit on my watch. That's all I'm saying.
So the misconception that he was with a
That's all I'm
15,
saying.
16-year-old.
Why wouldn't there be the line drawn in the sand? I'll tell you why. Because you want to keep shit smooth, because your daughter just might blow up, might just become a star. And I don't want to be on the outside looking in. I want to be on the inside looking out. Well, R. Kelly was on the inside. All on the inside.
Oh my God.
For what? Because you wanted to take her to a concert? You wanted to let her fly to Orlando to be with this nigga? What kind of parent does that?
When I see people blaming my parents, like, and I mean really fought. I remember my mom hit me up and she was like, there might be constant time. They say it's actually coming.
I'll tell you how Daddy ain't shit, Alfonso. That's a great question. Daddy ain't shit because Daddy allowed his daughter, first of all, to be with this dude. They put her on a plane to go be with R. Kelly. Why would you do that with your daughter, Alfonso Washington? Answer that question for me, sir. Would you put your daughter, whether you pay for it or whether R. Kelly paid for it, would you allow your 17-year-old daughter right now, today, 2 years ago, 2 months ago, 20 years ago, get on an airplane with R. Kelly? That's all I'm asking. If you can tell me that, we can move forward. Is there a man that would put their 17-year-old daughter, even if she about to be 18 in 2 weeks? It's the principle of the thing. Like Big Worm said, it's principalities in this, Smokey. Now, if 18 years old, my daughter want to go out and be a fucking porn star, she wants to be a slut, she want to be passed around, she want to be fine. All I'm going to ask for her to do is to change her last name. All these young girls, man, I'm going to put it like this. Man, all these young girls, every last bit of them out here doing what the fuck they wanting to walk in the street all night long, doing what the fuck they want you to. My point is this. That's what they doing. What are you doing as a father? So you can tell me what these young girls is doing in the street. And yes, there are plenty, dozens, hundreds, thousands of young girls out in the streets. What are you going to do as a father? What are you going to do as her daddy? Where are your morals and values? Where is your moral compass at when it comes to you being a man in your daughter's life? All of my head being fast, every last one of all of them, I don't know what that means. Every last one of them, every city, and it's a known fact that I hear wear skimpy clothes and everything. I hear you. I ain't disputing that. I'm asking you as a man, what you gonna do as a daddy? You got a daughter, you gonna let her do that? Yes or no? It's a very simple question. Bam! That's what the fuck I'm talking about. My daughter is at home in the bed and ready to go to school. You're supposed to have this conversation early in life with your daughter and what you're supposed to do as a, well, I guess you say part, but I'm sure that means as a parent. Exactly, Alfonso. That's why I said her daddy ain't shit. That's why I say these daddies are some ain't shit parents, because they letting their daughters do whatever the fuck they want to do. Like her little sister dressed up like a grown-ass slut. That's what the fuck the problem is. You saw Joycelyn's little sister? She looked like a little slut dressed up like that. A bunch of fucking makeup, a big-ass fucking lace front wig, a shit ton of shit on her face, and a tight little skimpy little dress thing on with her titties pushed up. Just like her mama. That's why her parents ain't shit. You prepping her up and getting her ready to go. That's just like when motherfuckers see these little 7, 8-year-old girls with red lipstick on, wearing little dresses, and y'all talking about, ooh, she's so cute. Fuck out of here. Hell, my little daughter gonna have on some makeup for. The fuck out my face on the internet. My daughter ain't gonna dress up like she fucking grown at 10, at 12, at 16. She's not. She ain't wearing no mini skirt. All that shit, you know what them ain't shit parents do? All the girls are doing it. All her friends do it. You just don't know about the times. Hell no, I do know about the time. The time is you gonna do what the fuck I tell you because I'm your motherfucking daddy. That's what the time is. The time is, I'm not going to allow you to go out here and look like you want to have sex with a man or having some man looking at you thinking about sex. Mm-hmm. If a man can see your young daughter's shape, that's a problem. If he can, even if she top heavy, she got big breasts at a young age, I get it, but don't let the bitch wear a two-piece. And if she do, she wear a black shirt over it in the pool, and that shirt better not come off. These motherfucking, go and look in fucking Walmart in the summertime and look at what these little girls' swimsuits are looking like and the parents that's getting them. Little girl, 10-year-old in a two-piece. The fuck her stomach out for? Fuck she got on a fucking bikini for? They do it. And then they wonder why these motherfucking 17-year-old niggas looking at their 13-year-old daughter. Because you're letting her wear some fuck shit that's gonna attract a young ass nigga and an old ass nigga. That's our problem. That's the shit that I be talking about as far as letting our kids grow up too fast. You want to wear a two-piece? You want to have your ass and your titties out? Wait till you're 18. You got the 3/4 of your life ahead of you. Go ahead and do what the fuck you gonna do. If that's what you want to do, you're not going to do it on my watch. You're not going to do it under my care. You won't be on TV telling your story to Oprah, old ass, or telling your story to Gail, talking about, you know, when I think back, it was when I was 16 and I was at the beach and this guy touched me. He felt my bottom because you're not going to tell that story. You're not going to tell the story like Demi Moore talking about when she was 14, a motherfucking dude showed the fuck up to fuck her for $500 because her mama needed the money. No way.
And we saw the flyer, we saw the posting online, so we decided to go.
Right.
The
Sisters
plan
got
was
videos rapping,
to
looking
see
like
Ezra.
hot ass mess.
At the time of the concert, it had been 3 or 4 years since she's seen Ezreal. So I was very nervous, you know, I didn't want to see my sister or like be looking really crazy or like really rough or like bruised or anything like that. So I was really just scared for that most part. And
Great point, Lynn Chill. What about the media? Teen mom, 15 and pregnant. I'm going to tell you about the media. The media has always been the media. The media has always been the media. You know what the problem is? It's what about the parents? The parents are the gatekeepers, mainly the father. Mainly the father. I can clearly remember me being, what year did Boys in the Hood come out? I don't know. I can't remember. I want to say it was like 89 or some shit like that, or 90.
92.
Man, I want to say it was 89.
No,
when
it's
Boys in
not
the Hood came out.
89. He said 89. 92.
My parents, my mother, and my father would not let me go see Boys in the Hood with my friends. 1990, perfect. They wouldn't let me go see Boys in the Hood with my friends. In 1990, I graduated from elementary school in 88. So that means I was like 13. So 89, I was 14. I may have been 15 years. I wasn't driving. So I was either 14 or 15 years old
Elementary,
when
they go from
Boys in the Hood came out.
to 8th grade.
All of my
Elementary,
friends
so that's why he
got
said he
together
was in
and got on the
grade.
bus and rode up to Evergreen
Before everybody
Plaza
be
to
like,
go
oh my
see
God,
Boys
he
in the Hood.
graduated
I could not go.
Elementary in 8th grade.
Pissed the fuck off. I was pissed to the highest of pisstivity. I didn't understand why my mama wouldn't let me go. She said, no, you need to go see that with your daddy. That's who can take you. You ain't going with your friend. Now, had heard rumors about the show getting shot up. The gangbangers went to the movies and they got to fighting and all. It wasn't shot up. It was fighting back
Boys in
then.
the Hood
No,
did
90s
that
niggas was
to
shooting.
Illinois?
They was wilding out.
Chill
They was
out.
shooting and fighting at the shows, whatever. The gangbangers was getting into it.
The LA, California, South Central movie.
Daddy
Calm
took me to the
down.
movie. I went to
Y'all
go
was
see
tripping
it, so I
like
could
that
at
in
least talk to my
Illinois over
friends
that
and shit about
movie?
it. It was maybe a week later.
Shout out to
Later that
Illinois.
week, 'cause they
Shout
went on
out
the
to
weekend.
Chicago.
So maybe that week later. That next week. Went to go see it. You know what my daddy did after we saw the movie? He talked to me about the shit that went on in the movie. He talked to me about the shit that went on in the movie, about how Doughboy was a nigga that even though he had a fucked up childhood and shit, Doughboy still chose to do the shit that he did. You don't have to be in a gang. You don't have to gangbang.
Right.
You saw the difference between Doughboy and Ricky. Doughboy may not have been a great football player, but Doughboy could have been smart with books. Doughboy could have got a trade. Doughboy could have got a job. There was other shit for him to do. Doughboy, even though he was in a fucked up situation, he continuously made choices to go down that path. He brought some relativity and reality to the shit of what I was at that time in my life, and he made it relevant to what the movie was about. Going to college, getting your shit together, playing sports or whatever the case may be, staying away from fuck shit. Just like back in the day in the 50s and the 60s, what was the big craze? Rock and roll. All the parents said it was the devil music. They didn't let that shit get played in their house. What did the kids do? They had to go out and get that. Shit didn't come into the home. Daddies kept it out the house. That's my point. That's what parents do. All the shit that the media can put out there, all the shit that you can hear on the radio, all the fuck shit you can see at the movies and all that shit, your daddy was the one to say, hey, look, That shit you just saw on TV, that ain't real, nigga. That's TV. That shit you just saw at the movies, that's a movie. That's not real life. That's the difference. That's what a father does. He gives you that reality. Yeah, you can see the fantasy shit on TV. Oh, look, that shit was so cool the way that guy did this. Oh, man, that shit was so tight the way he did that. That's why everybody back in that time didn't think, I'm going to be a basketball player. I ain't going to do nothing but play football. Or I'm just going to be a singer. Or I'm just going to be a rapper. Yeah, there were people that did it. But the majority of the people did what? They got careers. They had families. They raised their children. They were wives. They were mothers. They were fathers. They were husbands. Because their daddies and their mamas told them what was real and what wasn't. So that's the difference between the media then and the media now. The media still on fuck shit, will always be on fuck shit because the media is controlled by a certain group of people. And they influence society. It's the parents that say this shit is right or that shit is wrong. It's a sexy ass, chocolate ass nigga on YouTube telling motherfuckers what an ain't shit parent is. It's a motherfucking nigga on YouTube that's funny and entertaining like a motherfucker that's saying, hey, look, how come ain't nobody talking about this mama? How come ain't nobody talking about this daddy? Why it take 3 years for these motherfuckers to even show up or pull up to where R. Kelly might be? That's what it is. And click that like button. Let's get up to at least 250 likes. We got 352 people watching, y'all. Let's get 250 likes. Let's do this.
When we got there, we
push that like button.
watched, the entire performance. Ezreal was on Ezreal. I just really felt like, happy. I wanted to just go up there, give her a hug, and talk to her, but obviously that wasn't gonna happen. How my mom got on the stage is truly beyond me. All I know is they had a section on the front where, I guess it was only women that was allowed in there, and she got in there. And then once she got in there, the next thing I know, she was getting called on stage.
Your mom?
I guess they were trying to pull, super fans on the stage. So if you're up there and everyone else is singing all the words of the song and dancing and you're not, you kind of look suspicious. So she definitely tried to blend in, and wiggle her way closer to the side of the stage where Ezreal was at. She's on stage, Ezreal's on stage. Only thing between her and her daughter is a couple of security guards. There's no book on, to tell you how to, confront your daughter. You haven't seen them for years. You kind of just got to feel the emotion and act upon it. My mom got on the stage is truly beyond me. She's on stage. Ezreal's on stage. Only thing between her and her daughter is a couple of security guards. My mom went over there and she first walked up to Ezreal and tried to talk. And then I guess once she noticed that the security guards was coming for her, she tried to grab Ezreal to more or less, if he pulls me, he pulls both of us. And the security guard did exactly that. He one pulled her, one tried to pull them apart. And she yanked Ezreal when he pushed her back. So then Ezreal got snatched out of the chair. I didn't expect the security guards to be as aggressive as they were. One guy had her in a headlock. One guy had her arms. And they, more or less dragged off the stage. I jumped on the stage. I ran through a couple security guards. One grabbed my foot. I pulled away from him. Then security put us right in the hands of the police officers who then, put handcuffs on all of us.
Now, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. Now, I give them motherfuckers an A for effort on that shit. That's what the fuck you supposed to do. Mama blended herself in, tried to act like she was a super fan just to get on stage to get near her daughter. Tried to grab her daughter. Her son got up there. Tried to get the security off his mama. I get that part. I totally give them an A for effort on that shit right there. They didn't do like the Savages, wait for the TV crew, wait to get mic'd up, and then we all go and hope he there. They didn't put on a fucking production. They did what they could, bought tickets to go to the show, to try to get into the show, to try to get to their daughter and their sister, trying to get close to her, to just talk to her. I totally give them a straight up A for effort on that part. That takes a lot of determination, discipline. It really puts their side of this shit and how they tried to get to her into a whole different perspective, because they really did. Only question is, didn't see the daddy there, did you? Where's the beef? You remember the beef? Where's the dad? Remember that old lady be on the Wendy's commercial say, where's the beef? Where was the dad? You would think he would be leading the charge, right? You would think that the dad would be the main one there to dive on a motherfucker that put his hands on his wife, to dive on a motherfucker that put his hands on his son. Why folk ain't the daddy there?
He's trying to act like it.
Where the fuck is the daddy? I'm the pappy. Where is he at in this whole elaborate plan that probably looks like the mama put together? Where's dad?
After that, they put us in cop cars, in separate cop cars, and I didn't see my mom for the next couple hours. I don't like to see my mom down. It takes a lot to even get her down. So for her to be down the whole entire ride back,
my sister at that point,
it made me want to help her, even though I couldn't at the time.
My mom, I just know she deals with it, but I know she's hurt. But watching the interview with my sister and Gayle King, man, it broke my mom.
Do either of you want to sing?
No. No.
None of you have any singing ambitions?
No. That's that's another lie.
I don't think my mom answered a call from anyone for about a week after that interview answer because she was so hurt. I think she felt betrayed because my mom was the one who always helped Ezra with her dance moves and practiced with the girls their dance routines. And my mom was the one who helped her design her outfits. And anything that happened with Ezra singing, my mom was always the first one there. So I felt like my mom felt like she got stabbed in the back because all of that hard work and all those hours lost of sleep, and she's doing all this stuff with Ezra while also still going to work to support us as a mother. They were only doing this stuff because Ezra wanted it.
It really broke my mom. My mom called out of work. She was just heartbroken. She was crying. I couldn't believe that she was even saying those things.
On the Gayle King interview, Ezra stated that she tried to commit suicide because of the singing and the practicing with my parents.
My parents made singing like a job for me. So this is not something I wanted to do. And not only that, I even tried to kill myself because I did not want to sing, as a cry out for help, to tell them this is not what I want to do with my life.
Nobody questioned the parents on that shit. Nobody raised an eyebrow and said, well, man, maybe this girl got a point. Y'all got to realize that these girls are choosing this shit over their parents and family. And yes, there's a bit of fuckery in doing that. But if you are so in love, if your parents are Heathcliff and Claire Huxtable, you're going to be like motherfucking Color Purple. Nothing can keep me from it. That's all I'm saying. If my parents are Heathcliff and Claire Huxtable, I got Denise, Sandra, Rudy, Theo, and what's the other daughter, Vanessa at the house. Nothing can keep me from it. I'm going to be there. I'm getting back to my family. I'm not going to leave to go be with this nigga. Mm-hmm. Just not. As we all spoke about. But if there's some fuck shit going on, just might. Just might.
Oh, we was forcing music on her. We made it like a job, right? Far from the truth. Kelly would have to have an angle. So one angle better than
blame
stripping her away from her music, because I'm quite sure she told him about why she attempted suicide. And why she attempted suicide was over a bad relationship.
Ezreal is a person who loves very strongly, and I think Ezreal loved the guy that she was with before she met Robert Kelly. And I felt like...
And here's the thing too, Bridget. It could have been staged. But my thing is this. That was a real legit effort. That's all I'm saying. I know it's like with you not knowing the inner details, all you can look at is what you're seeing here. You're looking at the facts of saying this is what happened, this is where it is, this is who she's with, and this is what she's saying, this is what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Let's read between the lines and see if we can find some parts of the truth.
And that's why I'm here. Shit.
Why would these girls even go on this show to tear down their parents if there's no truth to it? Could they be exaggerating? Possibly. Could the parents be exaggerating? I think so. But you mean to tell me there's no truth to this? They just came up with this elaborate scheme? I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gonna leave your family for not no motherfucking days, not no weeks, not no months. These motherfuckers have left for years at a time. Years.
She was
You just don't do that just on a fucking whim, or because you got put on punishment unjustly, or because you got forced to do the dishes.
And let's not forget, R. Kelly is in jail. This is
how
not
that shit
Stockholm Syndrome. This is not brainwashing.
She found out that he cheated on her.
You know, to see her like that, I wish that on no parent. I wish no parent would ever have to watch their child attempt to take their own life or harm themselves in any type of way. And you know, only thing, why?
Humans are primed for relationships.
Didn't they say that wasn't true? But didn't he just turn right back around and say, I wouldn't want to see that, wouldn't want to see no parent go through that?
Facts.
And the drive for connection and relationships for some people can be very strong. And loneliness and feelings of being abandoned or lonely can drive us really viscerally and unconsciously.
I would argue someone who attempts suicide over a relationship has some strong codependent or enmeshment issues, and they don't know where to separate themselves from their partner.
And you just don't pick that up hanging with R. Kelly. R. Kelly, here's my thing. R. Kelly is not that fucking smart to where he can get a bitch to want to commit suicide. You see what he told that other girl. He told that other girl some 15-year-old shit. I'm going to put these pills inside my suit jacket pocket, and if something ever happened to me, you take the pills. What that bitch was like, yeah, okay, nigga. Did she take the pills? Hell no. Is that nigga in jail? Hell yeah. Has he been in jail? Hell yeah. Ain't not now one of these girls committed suicide. I guess he wasn't that convincing, now was he? In fact, what these bitches doing? They're cannibalizing each other. They just had Azriel and Joycelyn fighting. I'm gonna do that shit tomorrow. Motherfuckers bitches are brawling over the shit, fighting over the scraps.
Campbell, oh my god.
Bitches ain't too distraught.
They don't know who they are
really
outside
of
this
can
relationship.
just walk out the
I
front
know my
door and go
daughter
home.
may be one of the ones that feel like she gotta follow him all the way. I would hope on everything that she's stronger than that. And I think that all the girls, once they snap out of that they're gonna get it. And they're gonna understand that, hey, it's life outside of R. Kelly. So I'm not gonna stop until that open communication up, until my wife can get on that phone and call her daughter, then I can finally rest.
My dad spends quite a lot of time working on getting Ezreal back. It gotten so bad at one point, his employees told me to miss 4 days straight.
I do worry about my dad's health, because you kind of lose yourself in this. Like he doesn't do nothing extra. Like holidays, it was very limited for him. Like, oh, I can't do much. I'm sorry. I'm fighting a war right now. He's in war, and this is his main goal and his main focus. I do feel as though the R. Kelly situation has took a toll on my parents' marriage.
My parents' marriage has crumbled. They've been married for 25 years, strong, and
So
they
y'all
both started
think
blaming
this is
themselves.
not gonna.
And I think that's what really put a big strain on their relationship.
Is this not
My mom couldn't
victimizing?
accept it.
Why would you say that in a
My
documentary?
marriage was affected by this
The
whole
little girl already got
situation with Azriel. Me and Alice blamed each other quietly, unspoken. A lot of the disconnect, and it drew us apart. You know, it was one point where we couldn't even talk about it.
He went into fight mode where he went to let the world know what kind of sick man this is so that no one else has to deal with this. And my mom...
He is the one that took.
Why would you be so concerned with the whole world and what the world is thinking when your daughter's in the balance, hanging in the balance and all of this? Wouldn't you think your determination, your focus, your drive would just be about her? Yeah, I get the fact that you don't want this to happen to nobody else's kid. Yeah, I get the fact that you don't want nobody else's daughter to go through this or to be victim to this. But wouldn't your focus be to get to your daughter and to get your daughter through this? I'm just saying, I'm not going to be concerned about me proving to the world when my daughter's at stake. I don't give a fuck about what the rest of the world thinks or what they trying to do or what they going to think or what I need to prove to them. I don't care. All I give a fuck about is getting my baby back. That's it. And I'm going to do what the fuck ever. And I don't know about that shit that about Asante McGee's daughter and ex-boyfriend. That phone call, I did a video on that shit. That bitch is telling the truth about her mama.
Thank you.
Real talk.
Nobody wanted.
She calling it like she see it, and it's
Say that
all
stuff
like,
again.
wow.
They try
But
to
then when
come
she
in
get
the
on
chat
Gayle
room with
King,
that.
I was abused. They all playing the same fucking card, y'all.
More or less is just so hurt that it's actually happening that she just beats herself up.
I know the only thing that would fix my wife.
Why would you be so distraught and beating yourself up if you did nothing wrong or you didn't play a part or you don't feel like you kind of fucked up? If I made a deal or mismanaged some money and my entire family suffered because of it, yes, I would beat myself up over it. Yes, I would feel guilty. Yes, it would really take a toll on me if my family suffered because of me making a bad deal. Yep.
Yeah.
Some innocent
He's
shit happened where I ain't
suffering.
have nothing to do with it, and this dude is taking advantage of my daughter. If anything, we gonna bond closer together. But if it was some fuck shit in the game, if there was a deal to be had, if there was a deal that got reneged
That's what
on,
happened.
if your ass was the motherfucker who tried to give the Nigerian all this money, where you give him 5,000 and he give you back 7,800, and you fucked that up and he took you for the 5,000, yeah, I think it would make you feel like you fucked up and would put some stress on your relationship and would make you motherfuckers be like, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. No, it's our fault. No, you know what? Fuck you. No, fuck you. I told your ass, nigga, you ain't tell me shit, bitch. You always talk. Yeah, it would cause us to have some discourse. It would cause us to have some discrepancies and some arguments, and it would inflame the motherfucking relationship to the point to where we might not be able to work it out. Because if that bitch was responsible for my baby girl being in that situation,
and that's the point. Why bring up that they family and the husband and wife is breaking up and all of this is turmoil is going on, and this little girl has already tried to commit suicide. Then her daddy passed her off to R. Kelly. Now she back home. Now this documentary comes out. This is the reason why she's going crazy right now, because she thinks she broke up her mama and daddy relationship. After the part 2 came out, that's when all of this shit happened. Because Azriel actually saw part 2.
He just asks about her all the time.
Crazy.
And he just always say, well, where's TT? Where's TT? When she's gonna come home?
And then her old ass brother and sister talking about, oh, my parents were so close until this happened. Get the fuck out of here. Your daddy signed your sister off to R. Kelly.
It really
He needed to face those facts.
TT, I miss you so much.
Taking that girl to White Castle today.
I want you to come with me.
Get the fuck out of here.
Sometimes I still feel like I see her in our house or I hear her singing. Like sometimes I feel like she like died.
Oh
Why
my
she
God.
have this big ugly ass wig on her head? And why is the camera steady just zooming in on just this part? And it ain't nothing but eyes, big cheeks, nose, and wig.
That's why Azrael
Man,
ass is crazy. Because her family is crazy.
Hey, look, that zoom in close shit on the one eye shit. Man, don't y'all do that shit on
They
my
sitting up here
motherfucking
trying to blame Azrael.
I just miss being around her. She was so silly and bubbly and being a human beatbox that she was. You know, you don't get to see her. You don't get to talk to her. You don't get to interact with her or anything. She's gone.
I disagree with you. I don't believe that there's a brainwashing that is taking place, but there's definitely some heavy manipulation that takes place. You have to realize that people get manipulated every day.
Mm-hmm.
Women are some of the most masterful manipulators on the face of the planet, if not the most masterful manipulators. But you can also be manipulated by resources. You can be manipulated if you don't have a house, and I do. You can be manipulated if you're hungry and I got food. You can be manipulated if I have water and you're thirsty. You can be manipulated if I have a Bentley and you walk it. You can be manipulated.
You just walked in here
and that's just the extra parts of it. You get the fact that, hey, she's a young 17-year-old girl. R. Kelly's probably one of her idols. She likes the way he sings. She likes the music he's created. She's attracted to him physically. She wants to be with him. She gets the opportunity to meet him. She gets the opportunity to sing for him. She gets the opportunity to fly out and be with him. You couple that with his stardom, with his connections, with his VIP treatment, with all of his resources, his money, his fame. It's intoxicating. It's like being drunk with stardom. So yes, she's gonna be even more easily manipulated.
And no, it's not being drunk with stardom, because you gotta think about this. These are some young ass girls. R. Kelly is my age range. Me? My old ass? Yeah, I would have left all my kids. R. Kelly said he flew me out. He gonna flew me out. Yeah, I'ma run to R. Kelly. Well, before I found out he had herpes. I didn't know R. Kelly had herpes, girl. But before I knew he had herpes, before I knew he liked little girls, before I knew all... At the end of the day, my old ass probably went with him. These some young-ass little girls. They parents embedded this shit in their brain cells about R. Kelly. Not them. Shit is a joke. Young girls ain't like checking for R. Kelly old ass. Come on.
You're supposed to be the most influential person in your life as a young adult, teenager, your parents. Your friends are very influential, but your parents should be right up there. Just saying.
Just saying too.
And it's really hard, and she don't understand.
Not
like you just leave out of people's lives like as if you died.
And for those of you who don't know, this big face bitch was supposed to be the one who was supposed to go and watch out for her to make sure don't shit happen to her. Clearly see that shit didn't work. Somebody threw a motherfucking donut or a pork chop sandwich in one direction, she went that way, and they took Azrael the other way.
Me and my father's first step will be to get Azrael home, safe and sound. After that, we will get Azrael as much help as she possibly needs. I think there needs to be a lot of healing, but I'm sure we can get back to where we used to be. I want her to come home to the family that was there when she left. Because if the family is broken apart, she's gonna feel like she is to blame for
And this is why Azrael did what she did after watching part 2. They made this girl think that she broke up they little punk ass.
Come on, y'all. We at 239 likes. Let's get up to that.
Not me.
Now,
I'm only at he ain't talking to me. I ain't got 200 likes. Damn, they made this girl
Overnight,
feel
R&B
guilty. That's
star
why
R.
she
Kelly arrested in Chicago on federal sex crime charges. A federal grand jury has indicted Kelly on 13 counts, including child pornography, enticement of a minor, and obstruction of justice.
Now, if you kept against your will, if you've been forced, if you haven't been able, you can't get free, can't get let go, none of that shit. The minute this dude locked up, that's when you make your move. But they weren't being held against their will. And that's why I say these girls aren't victims. Being a submissive sex slave is not a crime. You're not being forced to do this shit. That's all I'm saying.
R. Kelly spent the night in the Metropolitan Correctional Center instead of his luxury home here in the Trump Tower.
All of these charges are decades old, and all of a sudden people are coming forward. That's all I have is allegations. He's presumed innocent. We believe he's innocent. We're going to fight to prove he's innocent.
If I was R. Kelly's defense attorney, when I get conversation with my client, I've never, ever seen somebody beat trial twice. He's already gotten his one, which was 2008. So now you're working on loaded dice.
I, in 43 years, have never seen so many charges filed in so many jurisdictions against one celebrity.
What would justice look like to me, since we can't turn back the hands of time?
No pun intended.
Forever. And something more societally and
turn back the hands of time.
If you don't,
then you, my darling, you still be mine. If I could turn back the hands of time, then you, my darling.
To be honest, and not to be cocky, and not to be on R. Kelly's side, he did say that he said y'all should have did this 30 years ago.
be put aside in favor of profit.
Nobody's saying burn his records, right? They're saying be aware of the context. Be aware of what he's really saying in that canon of music. Be aware of the pain he caused to people. And then I think there's no right or wrong in art. If you can still listen to Ignition Remix or Step in the Name of Love or I Believe I Can Fly and take pleasure from it, I understand that because it played at your kid's kindergarten graduation. It played at every backyard barbecue you ever went to. It was your wedding song. It is your song as much as it's his. But no, the pain he caused and still appreciate the art. Personally, I can. And I don't think there's one answer. I think every single individual is going to have a different answer to that question of when she can separate art and artist.
You know, there are a lot of artists who have the genius mind, and they're just in a different state.
Where this bitch come from? What the hell does she have to do with any of this? Are you fucking kidding me? I let me just watch. So let me see what part she playing this.
But their music, their art,
damn,
their words.
Yeah, where did she come from?
They live on. I mean, we could go down a whole list of great artists, just as troubled as could be. But they left us gems and jewels, and we
What's
think
the name
about
of
that.
Moesha mama? Moesha's stepmama.
So I don't know if you can separate
Damn, what?
the two.
I could see where some would feel that way, that maybe we should not support R. Kelly.
What the fuck Beyonce daddy got to do with this? Where they get these niggas from? Yeah, she's an actress. I forgot her fucking name, but
Thelma.
What the fuck they got these motherfuckers in this shit for? No, that ain't Aunt Viv. She's just an actor. She's an actress. She's been in she usually play like a mama role or some shit. She's like a B-lister.
Look, I'm yelling at my.
But what the fuck is these motherfuckers saying?
I'm typing.
With his art, but it's to me just that art when I look at a
Yeah,
painting
why
on
is
a wall, the first
Matthews
thing
in this?
I think
And
of is
Matthews,
not
no, he
who
didn't.
painted the
Lord,
art, is
take me away.
how that
I'm
art
not even
makes
gonna
me
talk
feel.
about Matthews. No,
And so I
Beyonce,
think
get your
art is
daddy.
somewhat different
Why is Beyonce
because
daddy up
it's
here?
an expression. And
No, he
everyone
didn't.
gets a different
Lord
expression.
have
I
mercy.
think
Yeah, Cheryl,
if a song of
what
R.
can I-
Kelly can help,
MATC.
I
If
don't
I
know
ever
if
do a
it's
fake ass scam,
You know what this shit is
hold
like?
on.
Y'all remember the HBO?
If I would ever do a fake scam, like I'm giving away prizes, MATC, you'll be the winner. But I'm not gonna give away nothing, and I ain't doing no donations and none of that blah blah blah. So you win anyway, because I couldn't think of that lady's name for
Yeah, they
nothing.
said, hey,
Shirley Rock. God damn it,
Yeah,
that
Beyonce
shit is
daddy
now in
over
my
on
brain
stage 6,
deep
and
now.
that B-list lady who played people's mama over on stage
damn
10.
it, Shirley
All right, let's go see what they say. Bring them
damn
over.
it, that
All right,
shit is-
cool.
I don't want to hear it because it's R. Kelly.
Dream
You
girl.
can still listen to
Shirley
his
Rock
music,
from
knowing
Dream.
what he has done. You may need to come to terms with your own survivorship around sexual violence, and your own contentment around the way in which girls are treated. You are choosing R. Kelly over Black women and girls who are.
But why is Matthew Knowles here?
It's always, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. It's always a fat, ugly motherfucker that's telling you what you can or can't do. And if you do
I'm
this,
not
you're the
talking
worst
about fat
motherfucker ever.
people.
Am I
rude.
lying? Tell me that it ain't always some fat, ugly motherfucker telling you if you do this, then you don't respect or care about nothing. You are the worst person ever, and you really need to re-examine yourself and who you are, because you're disrespecting everything that a woman is. You're disrespecting everything that Black people are because you decide to do this. Bitch, what does the fact that this dude made music that I like have to do with who he sleep with?
Kind of, sort of.
Now these be the same hoes that'll say what Lizzo doing is fine. A fat bitch shaking her naked ass at a fucking basketball game with their
Disclaimer.
children.
I like
That's
Lizzo.
okay, because she living her best life. And if you don't like Lizzo, you shaming Lizzo. And that means you shaming your mama and all Black women who have ever came to this earth. Like Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Bethune, that Madam C.J. Walker. You disrespecting all of them if you don't like what Lizzo does. Are you fucking kidding me? Anytime a motherfucker ain't with what a fat Black bitch want to do, you the worst motherfucker ever.
Disclaimer.
I'm so sick of that shit. You can't tell me, you can tell me that a motherfucking Vincent Van Gogh painting, you can't appreciate the art of it because Vincent Van Gogh was a crazy motherfucker? Didn't he cut his ear off or some shit like that?
Let's not forget that
seriously,
who painted the whole Jesus thing was a gay
I
man.
can't appreciate the art,
I'm going
the
too far,
gift
right?
that a person has because of what they did in their personal life.
Yeah, the whole Bible.
What kind of sense does that make?
Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna speak on it.
I'll be so glad when we move past this all or nothing judgment type left liberal. I just go about how I feel, and the rest of the world needs to cater to this mentality. I'm so sick of this shit.
I'm kind of sick of it too, but I'm not.
The minute you don't like this, then you hate all Black women, including your mama, your great grandmama, your great granddaddy, your great grandmammy. That's what it is. Come on, man. Jesus Christ.
Or in your family, who you may have birthed, who have raised you. In my opinion, this music is violent. This music is triggering for so many. That's enough for me to know that this music isn't healthy or something that I should be listening to.
You better not step in the name of love.
Okay.
Wait, no.
So what about the music that Lizzo's
stop.
making? Promiscuous?
They said his music is violent.
Talking about
you better not step in the
niggas
name
wanna
of
see her
love.
cheat?
Your ass gonna end up in love.
Isn't that degrading?
That's violent. Oh my
Isn't that
God, are you
reducing her as
serious?
a woman
Is
down
that
to
what they
nothing
say?
but her body?
Wow.
So she can be objectified?
Part 2 is deep. Oh my goodness.
Isn't that making her just some sexual object? Isn't that sending the wrong message?
Saying, I'm so
How about the trap museum?
I don't know what's a disclaimer
A museum
anymore.
dedicated
I'm just so confused.
to the tools and the methods and the tools and the methodologies of drug selling. Isn't that damaging to the community?
Oh my goodness.
Isn't that something that is damaging to black people? Trap music. Talking about dope. Selling dope. Moving dope. Smoking dope.
Dying
popping
from
models.
dope. Rest in peace.
Sipping
Juice
scissors.
WRLD.
Isn't that sending the wrong message to black
WRLD
people?
said he was
and if you're supporting
13
that,
when he
wouldn't that be as though you're
heard the
helping,
Future song
aiding, and
about
abetting
pills,
the destruction of your own people?
and he started taking pills, and at 21 he's dead.
Cardi B.
Come on now, this is crazy.
Willfully
so now
admitted
R. Kelly music is dangerous, but we
to
can listen
drugging
to
men.
trap. Oh my God.
In order to steal from them. Wouldn't that be promoting a criminal lifestyle? Wouldn't that be something where if there was a dude who was drugging women and robbing them, that they would want him stopped and he should be off the streets? He should be destroyed as a man and shouldn't have a life at all?
Rick Ross said he was putting pills in
But she
female
doesn't talk
drinks
about
in
that
his
now,
songs.
does she?
While you're muting R. Kelly, are you same thing with Michael Jackson. Like, I still hear Michael Jackson records. I still hear records that R. Kelly
Michael
wrote
Jackson
for other artists.
Come on.
On the radio. Are we going to mute Whitney Houston and the records that R. Kelly wrote for Whitney?
Are we going to mute Whitney Houston? She was a dope fiend.
Crackhead, but
you
dope
can't
fiend
tell
is
me
cute.
that her reckless drug abuse isn't a damaging image. The point of the matter is what she did as far as how she abused and used drugs time and time again for decades. It doesn't affect what she did as an artist. It doesn't take away from her songs. It doesn't take away from her gift. Well, it does, but it doesn't. It does literally, but not figuratively. The whole body of work of a man or a woman and what they give to the world and what they create is art. It's just that. What they do in their personal lives, the mistakes that they make as human beings, I think they should fucking be allowed to do so. And whatever fucking consequences they have to suffer because of that, so be it. But it doesn't mean that the art that they've created and the things that they've left to the world should be destroyed.
Cousin right now.
Going to mute all of the other big artists, Faith Evans, are we going to mute that? Are we going to mute Nivea? Are we going to mute, the list goes on and on and on. Are we going to say to those artists, why don't you take the money that you made from that R. Kelly record and put that money to use?
Donate it. Give it back.
To a family so that this doesn't happen again.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to do that? Oh, maybe we should.
In handcuffs, I immediately hit it, which I was still about 20 minutes away. Hit it to the trunk. So now I'm in panic, as a parent won't be, and now I'm running around trying to locate my daughter. But we have no reward right now because my daughter's still not with me. But the one piece I have in my heart, she not being abused. She not being manipulated anymore. See, all the stories get ready to come to light, and the truth gonna prevail everything.
I feel like that's the first deep breath we were able to take in the past 4 years, and we don't need him getting out this time. We need him to sit. I hope he spends the rest of his life in jail, honestly.
My feelings for Rob, I hate him to his guts. I don't want to see him. His voice scares me. The fact that federal charges have come against him is a huge step. But, I mean, I feel like he's ruined my
Ashanti
life.
saying that his voice scares
How
her.
do a nigga voice scare you and you stayed with the nigga, went back and forth to the nigga time and time again? Come on, y'all. Asante, you went after this nigga. You followed this nigga. You was flying in and out on your own dime just to be next to this nigga. Just to be at this nigga's shows. You was stalking this nigga. and now you a victim too? Your lying ass was leaving your kids for weeks at a time, leaving your daughter to take care and raise your own fucking children while you chasing another nigga dick. Seriously.
I just felt like this is karma. I think I will always care about him, and I will always love him. Even
R. Kelly?
You will always love him, you will always care about him, but I want him to pay, and I want him to pay me a bunch of money. Really?
Wait,
no,
what?
it was terrible.
Wait a minute.
It's like I love the little soul, the little puppy, and I'm not boasting. Oh, I took him down. That was not my intention. My intention was just to tell my story, to maybe reach to him and say, there's something wrong with me. I've been doing this for too long. That was my point in telling this story.
Now, for those of you who don't know, unless you didn't see the other stories, the other shows I did, this lady here was a young girl. I think she was 15. She went to the studio with R. Kelly. She was at the studio with him, fucked him. They had sex. And then later on that day, she's still at the studio, and she got mad at him because he fucked another girl in front of her at the studio. Like literally like bent her over in front of everybody and fucked her, and she was there and she was hurt and she was been mad at him ever since.
20 years later?
Stayed with him.
I cannot. I cannot.
Okay. Alrighty. Also want to give a shout out to
allegedly.
April Jones. She hit your boy off with $5. Also want to give a shout out to
Wait a minute.
Ready Red. That's what's up.
Is it me?
AKA
Okay, I'm not gonna even say nothing. I'm not even gonna say nothing.
Will pay you to help me set up my shop. Oh man, I don't know shit about that.
So this is the Bill Cosby syndrome thing that's going on right now.
So that's it. I don't want to hear from the trolls anymore. I don't want to hear from anyone. I'm telling you myself, I will always love him.
There you go.
That's it. The good part of him, the little boy that's wounded.
Daniel E. Forrest to hit your boy with 4.
Because I still have a little girl inside that's wounded, and he hurt me. But I forgive him. I forgave him.
It's too much.
I think I will always care about him, and I will always love him. Even though it was terrible, it's like I love the little soul, the little puppy, and I'm not boasting. Oh, I took him down. That was not my intention. My intention was just to tell my story, to maybe reach to him and say, there's something wrong with me. I've been doing this for too long. That was my point in telling this story. So that's it. I don't want to hear from the trolls anymore. I don't want to hear from anyone. I'm telling you myself, I will always love him. That's it. The good part of him, the little boy that's wounded. Because I still have a little girl inside that's wounded, and he hurt me. But I forgive him. I forgave him.
So listen to what you just heard. Because she even admitted that she was abused before she got with R. Kelly. But what you're hearing is a damaged woman, a damaged young girl, a damaged teenager, a damaged adult, a damaged grown-ass woman who is literally putting her mental well-being, her life, her livelihood, tracing it all back to R. Kelly. You was fucked up before you got with Rob. You was fucked up during the time you was with Rob, and you fucked up in the head after. And you ain't thought not once to go and get some help to work through that and take responsibility and accountability for your own life. She's still stuck in the fact that she was with a famous dude, and she's saying, I'm in love with the 15-year-old little boy that she never met. Because when she was with him, Kels was like 25. and she's saying that I'm still the 15-year-old girl. She's in her mind in a love affair with the 15-year-old Robert Kelly and the 15-year-old her. She's in a love affair in her mind with those two people. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh my goodness.
If that's not being mentally disturbed and her not getting help, and it's like Lifetime is taking advantage of that and exploiting this shit to make it seem like, you see what Rob did to her? Rob ain't did that shit to her.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
That's just like Rob getting on TV saying, I'm still the 7-year-old boy that was molested by his sister and I'm in love with the 7-year-old version of her. You're going to be like, nigga, you crazy. You need to get some help. But for her, what do we say? She's a victim. Bullshit. Horseshit. Bullshit.
I don't think people realize that that was somebody that I loved at one point. And it wasn't a celebration, you know, to watch him lose everything. But I knew if I didn't say something that it would keep going.
It's like this. Scorched earth. I can't have him. He don't want me no more. So I don't want nobody to have him. I want to burn it all down to the fucking ground. That's what all these hoes is doing. Because you was compensated financially, you was paid, and the nigga just didn't want to have nothing else to do with you. And you know what? Rightfully so, you felt used. But you put yourself in a position to be used because you wanted to go along for the free ride. That's what the problem is. That's what they can't get over. That's what they're dealing with every day. That's what they can't let go of in their mind. And that explains the abrasion on your palm. They can't get over the fact that I allow myself to just be used over and over and over again by this nigga. He had money, fame, everything, and I couldn't get this nigga. He didn't want me. He just wanted to use me. Yes, because hurt people hurt people. You had a fucked up man who you thought was your everything lead you down a fucked up path. And you're embarrassed and you're hurt at the fact that you allowed that shit to happen. And as opposed to sucking it up and owning it, what you did, you want to tear him down and make him. You want him to suffer because you feel bad at the choices that you made in life as a young lady, little girl, grown woman, old hoe. That's what the problem is. These ain't nothing but a bunch of angry women. A bunch of hurt, disturbed, broken women that were broken before they got with R. Kelly. And they thought his money, his fame, and his celebrity would fix them. And it didn't.
I think that he's a 14-year-old boy sitting in jail. And there are a lot of people that are...
Who would smile at a 14-year-old boy sitting in jail? And this bitch here ain't have shit to say until she spent her $250,000. Now she's back. Seriously.
Loose and fancy free right now. That should be there too.
He's not only spitting in our faces, he's spitting in the whole America face. Like, look at me. I've been able to do this for the past 30 years. Unchecked. Unchecked. Like, this is us, America. This is us letting this happen. So eventually we gotta wake up. We have to wake up.
After the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, we could have said no more. But then there was the 6th, the 7th, the 8th. We could have stopped it there. Then there's the 9th, the 10th, the 11th. Like, I mean, this just went on and on and on. And we all just
stepped in the name of love, and we danced to his music, and we paid for his
But what's
concerts,
their names,
and
though?
we gave him the lifestyle that enabled this.
What's their name?
Even though we knew what he was doing, we owe them everything.
Oh my God.
No, we don't. You don't owe them shit. Because they were the ones that pursued him. They were the ones that stayed with him. They were the ones that went back to him. They were the ones that time and time again chose him over everything, even themselves, because they wanted what he had. Money, fame, cars, clothes, hoes, hotels, dick. They wanted it all. They will.
And let me just say something, because what he's saying is not per se bad, but it's bad. You got to understand, these young girls today, what R. Kelly was doing back then was just taking the average, common little chick. They want to keep throwing the age thing out there like, oh, they were 14, 15. No, they were actually, and I'm sorry to say, I know that age is not, I'm sorry, 16, sorry, not 16, but 17, 18, around that age, they kind of know what
Between
they're
Black
doing.
women and someone like Tarana and so many light on that, and ensuring that we don't get to just skip past this moment because it's uncomfortable.
It took several exposés, well-written exposés by seasoned journalists. It took numerous articles, and it took an online.
You had Cardi's B husband at the Offset. He cheated with, what was the little girl name? The little Barbies, the little not the bad Barbie bitch, but the other little bitches, the China dolls and the little doll bitches. It was like a little group of them on Instagram. They were like 16, 17. He was flying them in and out. That was the first time he got caught cheating, was with one of them little bitches. So I don't even understand this whole concept right now, because these new age niggas is getting away with it because it's Instagram models now. You got Adrian Bronner, whatever the little boxer dude name. He all in Bad Baby Barbie, whatever little white bitch name is, all in her DMs talking about some text me crazy girl. I'm sorry, she's 16. But then he go live and say, "Oh, I don't know. I didn't even know how old she was." Exactly, because this industry plays so much and want to make these little fast ass girls older than what they are, and then when niggas touch him, it's like, "Oh my God, he's a pedophile. He should have known." No, he should have. He should have been paying attention. But you serve these little hoes up. They parents sign them off, and then the industry serve them up. Come on now. It's just
talking about Jocelyn. Jocelyn, whatever the bitch was. You said you fucked me when I was 14, bitch. Okay. They shouldn't have to be responsible for that? Oh, so a woman could take advantage of a little girl, but not R. Kelly. Oh, I get it now. Thanks for explaining it to me. Okay. All right. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that R. Kelly's the only person who's not allowed to take advantage of the statutory.
And this is where Azrael fucked up at, with that whole little allegation she threw up at Jocelyn, whatever the fuck she want to call herself. She forgot she signed an affidavit stating that she's never been touched as a minor. So her going on Instagram Live yesterday saying, "Oh, remember when you slept with me when I was a minor?" That shit is out the window. You got a signed document saying that nothing never happened to you when you was a minor with anybody. Come on now, G.
I mean, he's facing these charges now. Who knows what's going to happen?
Parents need to get it together.
But it's a pretty.
Actually, they are doing a documentary on Harvey Weinstein. They talking about all the settlements he's doing, and I guarantee you, with all these white bitches, I guarantee you, all these white bitches that's taking these settlements and signing these NDAs, I bet you won't hear from them hoes in 10 or 20 years. Talking about now we want them to go to jail. I bet you they won't.
It's a big deal that the charges even happen.
People need to be looking at him as a case study for what happens in silence. You know, this has been going on for close to 30 years now because of silence. But because so many women now are brave enough to come forward and...
No, she used the wrong B word. It's not brave enough. It's broke enough. That's why these bitches are back. They're broke. That's it. They broke and they see an opportunity to come up. That's it. They're using Lifetime as a fucking resource. This ain't got shit to do with bravery. This has everything to do with a fucking bank account because these bitches are broke.
They know that there's a network of support that will help buoy them up when they do come forward. We've been able to break that silence down.
It doesn't matter that these women didn't speak up before. Look at all the reasons they...
No, it actually does. Because the reason why they didn't speak up was because they wanted money. It actually does. All this shit about it doesn't matter if they... That's what these bitches will always try to tell you. Because you got a fucking check. Memoirs of broke bitches is what this shit is. And now that they're broke, they want to come back and they want to bitch and moan and complain because they can't get no more money from R. Kelly. Then they're gonna burn them to the ground so they can get some money from Lifetime. They want to burn them to the ground so they can get some more money from the sympathetic public who feel, yeah, y'all right.
have not to. Look at all of the opportunities that we as a community, as a culture, as the state of Illinois, as consumers of music, had chance have to deal with this person. This person needs help. He's a danger to people around him, and he's not going to stop this behavior. And so we're going to turn him off.
U.S. Marshals let R. Kelly.
And you know what the biggest problem with all this shit is? It's only black bitches that do this. It's only black women that's doing this. Because you don't hear no mute Elvis. You don't hear no mute Jerry Lee Lewis. You don't hear no mute Paul Walker. You don't hear it. You don't hear it. You don't hear no more.
My live is called Unpopular Opinion, and sort of kind of gotta agree just a little bit. It's so quick to mute the black man on shit like this, and everybody running amok and everybody going crazy like, oh, he's so nasty, he did this and he did that. But it is a whole slew of white, Asian, Mexicans, celebrities doing this shit, but we are the ones that are so quick to pitchfork and, oh my God, burn him to the cross and blah, 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 you know.
Pennies on the dollar. Pennies on the dollar. But you know why they're taking it? They're taking a hotel stay and $1,000. They're taking a hotel stay for a weekend and $5,000 in New York or wherever the fuck they filming this at, because they ain't got shit. When I say they broke, these hoes are broke. They ain't got nothing. Right. Queen, Rolling Stone, Aerosmith, Guns N' Roses, all these motherfuckers. Bruce Springsteen, they all doing it. Ain't nobody trying to mute them. Ain't no white women trying to mute all these people. What the black women doing? Let's mute every nigga that we never fucked or suck, girl. Yeah.
This is what they get mobsters and drug gangs on. He is the only person I'm aware of in the entire history of popular music charged with a federal criminal enterprise on RICO statutes the way they get the Gambinos and the Genoveses. Kelly is now part of that esteemed company.
R. Kelly goes back in court. Kelly's facing both local and federal charges, including sexual assault, child pornography, and obstruction of justice.
No one in pop music history has ever faced so many felony charges. I have it at 195 years if he's convicted of everything. After a century in jail, who's going to count anymore? He's never going to be free again. There's never been a case like this in the history of popular music, and that's really saying.
Johnny Cash's first marriage was to a 17-year-old girl.
In addition to, of course, the survivors themselves have come forward, there are still in this man's world. And even with him being incarcerated, and you think, okay, well, he's in jail awaiting trial. They can go home. Somebody can go get them. That's not what we've seen, even knowing the scrutiny that they would face. We see footage of them still connected to him and still allegedly supporting him and wanting to support him as he prepares for trial.
We as a family eat and sleep this from December of 2016 until now. I think because we talk about it so much, it keeps us fighting for her. And me leaning on my wife and my wife leaning on me for an ear, back and forth, it helps until we get her home.
This girl is grown than a motherfucker, y'all. Grown as shit.
Like most people will be like, oh, why you ain't snatch it? Why you ain't? My daughter grown. She's still a grown woman.
Oh my God.
So to put myself through humiliation, making my daughter hate me more, trying to force her to leave instead of help her understand the truth. I think my daughter know every day that she wake up, her father somewhere close. I'm quite sure she can feel my presence when I'm in Chicago and I'm watching her from afar.
It's so many things is going on that, I mean, it's too much. It's almost too much for me to bear. And it's not me. You know, I'm not dealing with that. Matter of fact, my situation is nothing. I'll be out next year. What he's facing, he may never get out. I'm going to, you know, when I get out of here, I'm going to go to Kerry. I'm going to tell him, look, whether he's found guilty or whether he's found innocent, he going to still be our brother. Well, we going to stop loving him because of a verdict? No. I would definitely be there.
My brother.
Nigga, you in jail. How you
Robert,
gonna be there? Y'all gonna be there together in a cell.
R. Kelly is symbolic of a much larger systemic problem. It's one thing when the celebrity is out here, or it's a Harvey Weinstein who you don't know, or you may be umpteen degrees of separation from. But when it starts to be the men that you know, the men that you've worked with, the men who are in your family, the men who are colleagues.
No, I don't know what Bruce Kelly's in jail for. I'm sure it's some fuck shit.
Because you don't know the white boy that been raping white girls, but since you think you know R. Kelly because you've been stepping in
who
the name
under
of
different
love,
conditions because you're not dealing with that side of them. You like, it brings up a different kind of reckoning. Like, how do I acknowledge and still honor the love inside that I felt and perhaps even still feel for that person?
Oh my God.
Reckonings like the one R. Kelly is currently going through always open up broader conversations in society.
It's not a reckoning. You got the wrong R. It's a railroading. That's exactly what the fuck this is. It's not a reckoning.
That's what they did.
It's a
call
railroad.
this shit a reckoning.
I know men who are deeply surprised by just how many women have a Me Too story. If you're not having a conversation about consent with your sons like you are with your daughters, then you're doing it the wrong way.
Dudes, we need to sit down and actually have real conversations about what it is to be men in society and how to be men. Because most of the conversations that men have, and I know this as a man growing up in America, are about like conquest or about like how big your is or about how potent you are. And that's the kind of thing that leads to not having real conversations where you can go, hey, dude, don't say that. Don't be that way. What's important is that the law supports survivors.
Yep, it says Bruce Kelly was locked up, is in jail for several crimes.
Exactly. Bruce.
What did it say? Retail theft or some other shit?
He's going to be in jail with R. Kelly.
He's currently in jail for theft, burglary, possession of a controlled substance, and an outstanding warrant. Sam Randall confirmed that Oxygen, his bond is currently set at $100,000.
I'm yawning, guys. Sorry. I just cannot believe that this lady said.
He's also been arrested for criminal trespass, theft,
and
retail theft.
Oh my
according
God.
to court documents.
Weinstein can,
whatever
the fuck that white boy name is, can do whatever the fuck he want to do to white girls. That ain't my
And that the law does a better job of encouraging survivors to report.
I know you niggas. I bought your
Sexual abuse, sexual assault is one of the most underreported crimes. And I think that's because victims fear that they...
Come on, y'all, before we close this out, click that like button. Let's go ahead and get this motherfucker up to 300 likes. Let's do this. Come on, people.
won't be believed. The biggest evidence is not in your willingness to put yourself out there and talk about the most traumatic thing that's happened to you.
It's a whole uproar right
now. It starts not just in the courtroom, when you have to tell a parent, when you then have to tell a police officer, when you have to tell a nurse or a doctor or a social worker. That's before you even get to the prosecutor. And so I think our system has not been operating in a compassionate way that welcomes those who have these experiences to come without the fear of being re-traumatized. And I think that's something that we have to actively work on.
For a lot of survivors, part of our healing comes down to making sure other people don't ever feel like we felt. Making sure nobody else has to carry that burden or live with that trauma or, deal with the demons that come up when you have survived any form of violence, particularly sexual violence. People have to have their healing separated from whatever happens to the person that caused the harm, because nothing may ever happen and you still have to live your life.
And you do that with counseling, not going on Lifetime to do a docuseries to get some money or to get a book deal or to go out and get a speaking engagement. She's right. You do need to actually go to therapy to get all your shit worked out. You don't do it by saying, yeah, it's all Robert Kelly's fault and I'm going to tear him down and we got to put him in jail because he ain't giving us no more money. Well, you took money 15 years ago. Yeah, I know, but I'm still not whole and he was wrong for what he did to me. That's what the problem is. That's why you got a girl sitting there talking about, I'm in love with the 15-year-old him and the 15-year-old me. That's what I'm in love with. I still love R. Kelly to this day, and ain't nothing gonna change that. That's why they're doing that. Because they haven't worked out this shit in the proper channels using a therapist. All of these girls needed therapy before R. Kelly, and they need therapy after R. Kelly. R. Kelly's just a chapter. He's not the book. I think that's a great way to sum this up. R. Kelly is just a few chapters in these girls' lives. He is not the book. He's not the preface. He's not the title. He's not the beginning chapters. And he won't be the ending chapters. Mm-hmm. These girls have another 30, 40 years left of their life. They need therapy.
Oh my goodness.
The goal is to help all victims, not just victims of rob. For those that are close to you that's been abused, watching you victim shame us, that they're afraid to let.
Here's the thing. Here's where they're getting it wrong. Yeah, you want to help other victims? You start by helping yourself. That's how you start. You don't go to Alcoholics Anonymous and become a sponsor. You go to Alcoholics Anonymous, you go through your steps, you go to some meetings, and then once you have gotten yourself to a point to where you are mentally healthy, where you are mentally stable, you've shown that you can be sober for a considerable amount of time, then you can take on and the responsibility of sponsoring somebody else. You don't walk into AA on the first day and say, yeah, I'm here to help myself and I'm going to help somebody else who need help. You don't do that. You have to get yourself centered and grounded first in a healthy space before you can help other people. And that's why these girls were sounding the way that they sounded. That's why they looked the way that they looked, because they haven't worked through their issues. They're just trying to get over certain shit so they can get some more money. And they're exploiting themselves the same way they exploited themselves to get with R. Kelly. They're exploiting themselves using R. Kelly to do this fucking show and this docuseries the same exact way. And until they get some help for themselves, until they fix themselves first, they ain't a goddamn bit of use to none of us. They ain't got shit to offer the world until they get themselves together. And that's what Lifetime is failing to tell them. That's what all of these fucking bullshit ass actors and fucking celebrities and all these fucking people at the network and all of these fucking so-called therapists and shit that are on there, they're failing to tell those girls that, those ladies that. You got shit you need to work out from before R. Kelly, during R. Kelly, and now after R. Kelly to become a whole human being to where you can live a full life. Because all of y'all are emotionally unstable. Like that nigga said in Baby Boy, they some unstable creatures. And the only thing that can fix that for you, it ain't a check, it's therapy. Black folks, stop lashing out and going after the bag and start bettering yourself. Start focusing on you being the best you can be before you start blaming other people for your life circumstances. Fucked up shit happens to everybody.
Hell yeah.
It doesn't mean that you set off a fucking nuke and destroy everything around you in hopes of it making you feel better. Sometimes you have to work on yourself and become the best version of yourself that you can possibly be before you can start a new life, before you can live a better life. So if you want to be the best, you want to live the best life you can live, start by being the best person you can be. And you can't do that by yourself. Especially when you had trauma at a young age, at middle age, teenage, adult age. Get yourself some help. Therapy, mental health are key. I hope that this video helps somebody become a better version of themselves. I hope that those ladies can become better version of themselves at some point. And it ain't gonna start until they let this Kelly shit go and realize and accept responsibility for the role that they played in it. Not that they have to forget it. Not that they don't need to ever talk about it again. I ain't saying that. But you have to acknowledge your responsibility and hold yourself accountable for what you did and the part you played in it. Because you know your 15-year-old self knew what you were doing. You know that your 17-year-old self knew what you was doing. You know that your 20-year-old self knew what you was doing. You know what your 28-year-old self knew what you were doing. Take responsibility for it. Hold yourself accountable for it. And then you build on that.
All right. See, he'll go on for hours and hours. But this was a lot. It was a lot for me. Because like I said, I didn't even watch the doc series, nor did I really didn't care about the doc series, to be honest. The first one, I might have watched 1 or 2 episodes of it. The second one, I just thought it was a joke. Not a joke per se about what was going on with those young ladies' life. Even the ones that's 20, 30, 40, whatever, however, because you never know what somebody's been through. I'm not here. I'm not no judge, jury. I'm not God. I can't be like, oh, girl, bye. You all right. That happened to you when you okay. No. It's just the approach of how everything is going, which is like weird to me. Because I would have loved to seen, well, you know what? I can't even say. I'm trying to compare everybody else's life to what's going on, but I can't. Give me a second.
Also talks about his brother, R. Kelly, right? So he goes on to say, so my first observation about that was that he's an inbred pedophile. R. Kelly is an inbred pedophile. Robert can't handle this. Bruce Kelly goes on to say, there's no music that he can hide behind. One thing about Bruce Kelly is I can never really figure out if Bruce Kelly is for R. Kelly. Is he against R. Kelly? Does he cape for his brother? Is he really doing these interviews because really, in reality, he wants to make sure that he's going to secure the bag? Bruce Kelly gets out of jail next year. He did reveal that in a further part. He goes on to explain that they came from nothing. I mean, nothing. Dirt poor, abject poverty in the 1970s. R. Kelly was always scared, he said, as a child. Bruce Kelly went on to explain his behavior when he was really little. He says, there was an older man that lived in their project complex. Looked like an apartment complex. I mean, it was really, really run down. And he said that the man lived on the 9th floor and his name was Eli Henry. Eli Henry is a very, very important character in all of this that's been happening with R. Kelly because Eli Henry was a pedophile. And so this guy would size up the kids in the neighborhood. He would make these children feel welcomed. He would go to the local farmer's market and he would buy fresh fruit. Just like many pedophiles groom these children, Eli Henry was luring the children in with things that he would buy from the grocery store that maybe their parents could not afford. We also have to remember a lot of these kids had latchkeys. They were latchkey kids. They didn't have an opportunity to be around their parents too much. Their parents were working. Many, many single mothers in that rundown project complex, right? So between the ages of 8 and 14, somewhere around that ballpark figure, R. Kelly would hang out with this Eli Henry guy. Very disturbing and very wrong about this guy, Eli. I guess since R. Kelly was really reclusive, he was a quiet child, he was kept to himself. I think there was something very intriguing about this Eli character, and that's the reason experience with this grown man in his 60s. That's why I think there was something very intriguing about this Eli character, and that's the reason why R. Kelly, even despite the abuse that he experienced with this grown man in his 60s, that's why he continued to hang out with Eli. Okay, this was just from what I was getting, what I was gathering from everything that Bruce was saying. Mr. Henry was holding his dangling. The police came, and Mr. Henry was being beaten up by the police. Now, when it came to file charges against Eli Henry, R. Kelly's mother decided that she was going to take a $5,000 payout. He had been arrested at that point. He had been charged. I mean, Eli Henry, that older man, his case was pretty much set in stone. He was going to be convicted of harming R. Kelly. And when it came down to it, R. Kelly's mother decide
This audio.
in his family. Then we segue into talking to Jim DeRogatis. There was an interview on the Tavis Smiley show where R. Kelly wanted to know, okay, he admitted that on the Tavis Smiley show, he admitted that he had been touched by a family member. So not only had he been allegedly experiencing this stuff with Eli Henry, the old man, he also allegedly experienced this abuse by way of his older sister. I can never remember her name for some reason, but by way of the older sister.
Yo, this your boy Kels, and I got an event to do tonight in Springfield, Illinois. So I want the media to take it easy on me, man. This is how I got to get paid now for right now. So I got to go do this event, and it's a party. So when you see me in the club with a couple of drinks in my hand and chilling, please take it easy. Appreciate it, y'all. Thanks.
Carrie Kelly also detailed his alleged abuse by the hands of their older sister, Teresa. I think that's her name. But he also had alleged abuse. And Carrie Kelly is the only one. Carrie Kelly is the only one that I feel is very, very truthful from the beginning to the end. I think he's the only one out of the brothers that hasn't been really bought and sold by R. Kelly. You got to remember, Bruce Kelly has a very opportunistic personality, in my opinion, okay? He comes off as willing to change his mind and change the story depending on how he's feeling at the moment. When they went to interview Bruce Kelly in the beginning, before R. Kelly had gone to jail, Bruce was very much on R. Kelly's side. But now, in the Reckoning Part 2 of the series, Bruce Kelly seems to be siding more with the victims. He seems to be going against his brother, okay? Now, something interesting that Bruce said was that at one point he went to R. Kelly's house and R. Kelly had called his pastor. He had a pastor at that time. The pastor came to what R. Kelly calls the jacuzzi room. In the jacuzzi room, he reveals to the woman that he has all these videotapes. I mean, videotapes upon videotapes. And he admits to his pastor that he has a problem. When the Surviving R. Kelly Part 1 series first came out, you had people like Keisha Cole coming out. You had Master P, okay? You had all of these famous people pretty much victim blaming the victims, blaming the parents. That's been a huge, big thing. Constantly blaming the parents for R. Kelly's actions in many of these cases, okay? Faith Rogers' dad did an interview, and he explained how when Faith Rogers grew up, she was a very sheltered girl. Basically, her father was a pastor. Okay, so when she came to know R. Kelly, her parents had no idea that she was. So she lawyered up. And from Gloria Allred's, the attorney's account, R. Kelly actually had sent her some nude pictures of Faith Rogers, which confirmed that R. Kelly had been engaging in a relationship with her. That was pretty much her only proof. In January of 2001, R. Kelly had been accused of threatening witnesses back then. Faith's parents had to move several times. And Lizette Martinez was also one that said she had gotten pregnant by R. Kelly, and Lizette pretty much had some sort of incurable STD that she had contracted as well. When Lizette had told R. Kelly about the pregnancy, he immediately wanted her to get an abortion. All right. This is trying to give you guys some context. Lindsay Perry Mendon and her sister are now, Lindsay, you may not have heard of her. Lindsay Perry Mendon and her sister are the two white women that are defending R. Kelly to a T. Apparently, she worked with his entourage back in the day, and she claims to have never seen any weird things or any weird happenings that happened with R. Kelly. She concludes part 1 of the Reckoning series, and then we go to part 2. Are you running out of ways to try to rebuild your credit? Well, try Self Lender. It's a free credit score monitoring system that allows their members. The tapes were starting to circulate around barbershops. Tiffany Hawkins in 1991 was a singer, and she was the first girl to sue R. Kelly in 1991 at age 15 after she, once again, another one, subsequently became pregnant. When she became pregnant, R. Kelly pretty much threw her away, told her there was no way he would help her. He had wanted nothing else to do with her, and I believe she subsequently had an abortion as well. She grew up, she said, singing in a church. Javante Cunningham was the one that sort of was in the mix as well with R. Kelly. Okay, I believe Tiffany Hawkins met R. Kelly through a friend. No, Tiffany Hawkins was the one that was introducing everybody else to R. Kelly. She was like one of R. Kelly's wing girls. She would go out around her high school and introduce R. Kelly to all of her friends. And unfortunately, all of her friends were also 13, 14, and 15. And they also were allegedly sleeping with R. Kelly. Okay, we always have to say allegedly. He hasn't actually been convicted of any of this stuff just yet. Coming up April 2019, he will definitely stand trial for all of these allegations.
Now, she said April 2019. It is 2020. Did he go to trial yet? I'm so confused.
All of these charges, okay? So Tiffany met him in a Hyde Park. She was a sophomore in high school. R. Kelly's friend, Torrey, was also one of his little wingmen. Tiffany's best friend's little sister, Tiffany had a best friend, little sister relationship with R. Kelly. What does that remind you of? That reminds you of the interview that R. Kelly and Aaliyah did, right? When they went on to visit, I forgot whatever the name of that show was. It was a BET show. And on there, she says, "No, we're friends. He's my best friend." So R. Kelly pretends to be friends with these little girls, okay? These young women, underage girls. And so they describe their relationship as a best friend relationship. At that point, it was Tiffany Hawkins and Javante Cunningham that was hanging out with R. Kelly on a daily basis. They would be his studio. He was promising Tiffany Hawkins in 1991 that he would be able to make her pretty much a big superstar. She was in the Aaliyah videos, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number, I believe it was, or another one of her videos from her debut album, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number, for Aaliyah, right? And everybody knows Aaliyah died in a plane crash. But anyways, Tiffany Hawkins became very good friends with Aaliyah. It was during that 1991 period. Many people kept thinking that R. Kelly actually met Aaliyah when she was 15. No, R. Kelly actually met Aaliyah when she was actually 13. So before the whole marriage to Aaliyah, he had already known her for a couple of years. Okay, so then Tiffany and Aaliyah were both aspiring singers, and they got caught up with R. Kelly, and Aaliyah went on to achieve great success. Many people did not know that at the time when R. Kelly got caught up with Aaliyah and he married Aaliyah, that Aaliyah's parents reached a settlement with R. Kelly, and they then signed a non-disclosure agreement. That's the reason why they were able to allow Aaliyah to go ahead and continue with her music career, and R. Kelly didn't face any charges. So essentially, R. Kelly was let off the hook with the Aaliyah incident and the Aaliyah underage illegal activity he had with Aaliyah. Tiffany then went on herself to continue to be a.
Now that speaks I don't speak volumes. I was about to say something real stupid. Well, I did say that already. That speaks volumes. Because it's just like, I don't know. I'm dumbfounded. Even though I heard this before, come back around like a circle. And now that I'm listening to, because I heard the story about the mom accepting 5,000 when she found out that when the dude, I'm sorry, not the dude, Eli Henry was molesting R. Kelly from the age 8 to 14. And instead of her taking that man to court or to jail, because the evidence, $5,000 was just given to the mother and walked away. You know how, oh my God, I'm because as a woman, you can't speak like this because it's like, well, those are young girls and he did this and you can't, he's not a victim and blah, blah, blah. But look where it started from. Like his brother said, he was inbred as a pedophile. Like his sister was touching on him. He walked out his front door to get away from it. And here go Mr. Eli, Mr. Henry, wherever the fuck his old ass name is. He bringing a boy in his house, doing the same. And now here he is in the world. And he's doing the same thing to other people. And it's like, ugh. So many people involved, exactly. And it's like you try to like cringe, just say, "Oh my God, you still a nasty old man. You should have did this." But then you say, like, "Damn, but he was a baby at one time too, and he was getting this was happening to him too." And it's like, oh my God, this world is really fucked up. Let me get out my feelings because I'm starting to jump into my to my little bag of emotions that I have because I'm gonna just jump off that bag for a minute and it's not just him. And I'm only saying this. Let me make this clear. This is not a cry for help for R. Kelly. This is a cry for help for everybody, all young men, young girls, young boys, everybody, because this is sick. I was reading up in my comments. I don't know if that was MATC that said it, but as far as the Catholic churches, that was just like, ain't no big old VH1 specials. They ain't coming out and speaking out. You know what I'm saying? We hear about it. We heard about it. It's like a present and past tense in these situations. Like I heard about it and I hear about it and now it's gone. But yet and still I gotta hear about R. Kelly every day. And I'm like, oh my God. And then I gotta feel guilty because I'm like, oh my God, there were some young women that got hurt by him. He is, but it's like at the end of the day, like, oh, but what about? And I'm like, oh, there you go, pointing fingers at everybody else, point the finger at this nigga, he did this. But I'm like, it's a big world out here, and we're focusing on this. Our president grabbed somebody's coochie. This is. Never mind. Let me get out my bag.
Running for him. She would recruit girls between the ages of 14 and 16. At the time, Robert Kelly was about 25 years old at that point. Okay? So Ebony Wilkins was 15. Now, some of the experts in the series went on to explain how a girl at the age of 15 has an underdeveloped brain and unable to make certain lifelong decisions at that point. Now, by me having a child that age, I agree. They don't make no real smart decisions at that age. So you can clearly know that a man that would be 25 years old could very easily.
Hey, can I stop right there and change the subject for like 2 seconds on a second? Here we are with MTV with 16 and pregnant. Okay? We got 16 and pregnant. I think another show was on TLC. I can't remember if it was TLC or Bravo. I can't remember which show it was, but it was like My mom and I are pregnant together. I don't know. It was a show where the mom and daughter was pregnant at the same time, and the daughter was a teenager, and the mom over age. What else did they have? What else? Ignorant ass shit they have on this TV shows that I be just looking at this shit like, are you fucking kidding me? I think 16 and pregnant is still pretty much not popular, but it's still at this point, 16 and pregnant is still broadcasting the little broads that was 16 maybe 10 years ago. And now they are on the new 16 and pregnant helping, or now they got like 3 kids of their own and they going through their drug problems and 3 divorces and domestic violence. It's like a whole crazy shit going on right now on 16 and pregnant. But we worrying about R. Kelly. But we're promoting this. Like, I've never been the one to promote baby showers, especially when it comes to teenagers. Like, come on, guys. Like, that was a punishment within itself. But then you're going to have a baby shower for, come on. So, okay, I cannot. It's just a lot of ignorant shit that goes on television. Hold on. My little speaker be acting stupid. Oh, you're connected, speaker. Why are you acting stupid? I don't know if this old girl audio.
What happened? Oh. So it was then at that point, what happened to series where Damon Dash went on to talk about Aaliyah and how he was very familiar with what happened to Aaliyah, but like I said, she had the non-disclosure agreement, so she couldn't even talk to Damon Dash about the details of the settlement or what happened. So it was then at that point where Tiffany Hawkins became pregnant, and like I explained to you guys earlier, she was the first person to get a settlement out of R. Kelly. It was then around February of 2002 where the alleged, y'all know, the infamous tape came out. All right, let's see. I want to make sure I got this correct. The start of numerous settlements, everyone knew that R. Kelly was a pedo. The tape mostly selling R. Kelly's tape was in February of 2002 when that tape broke. And this tape, this is the reason why it was so difficult to get a hold of all of those tapes. So to even watch those tapes would put a person at risk of being prosecuted for child pedophilia because they were watching the tape between R. Kelly and, I forgot the young woman's name at that point. I clearly forgot her name. She was a big part of the case, but because her family chose to take money from R. Kelly, they never, when all those people were put on the stand.
Her family being Sparkle.
They pretended like they did not know that was their daughter. That was the infamous tape that everybody knows, the PP tape, right? That y'all are all familiar with. Okay, that tape. So the accusers were getting older. What happened was R. Kelly at that time with, I know y'all, I'm terrible with, I'm gonna put her name in the comment section below. I just cannot remember her name and I did not write it in my notes. But it was at that point, it was so many cases and so much going on with R. Kelly. I mean, until no one could keep up but his attorneys. So R. Kelly had hired 4 top attorneys. And over the span of 6 years, they continued to delay the case over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, so the case would get ready to go to trial. They would find a technicality. They would delay the case. So all of the young women that would have come forward, and the young woman in that infamous tape that would have come forward when she started out, she was about 14, 15. But then by the time the case completely went to trial, the woman would have been, let me see, it was 20 years old at that point. So that made a major difference in the way the jury would have looked at this victim. And we all know that young Black girls are victimized because young Black girls are always being forced to be considered older, even though they're not older. Basically, young Black girls have lost their childhood in this community, in this country. We all know we come from many families where young Black girls are blamed. They are victim blamed for the behavior that happens to them. You know, they're fast. It's the kind of clothes that they wear. They wanted it. They want these men to do X, Y, Z. Right now, I'm going to insert a map of all of the sexual predators that are within a so many block radius of a highly saturated Black community. Take a look at this map. This map represents all of the pedophiles that are highly concentrated in these urban communities. But then take a look at this map. If you look at this map, you'll see clearly that a lot of the pedophiles in other communities, largely all white communities, are so far fewer. So for every 2 to 3 pedophiles within the white community, the Black community has at least 30 to 40 to 50, all concentrated within so many block radius. So since many of these young women are being touched in these areas, the Black community has largely deemed young Black girls as overly sexual and fast, okay? Not to mention, many Black women do not report these incidents with their children. They don't report being raped and molested at these ages simply because they don't want these men to have to face the consequences. It's very commonplace for these young women and these women in these communities to feel like these men shouldn't have to bear the burden of their crimes, simply because they feel like white supremacy has pushed Black men into these degenerated stages. So that has kept these young women from being able to garner the protection that young white women and young white girls garner in their communities. All right. So R. Kelly's sound engineer, a 21-year-old, lives in the garage. The girl on the $2 million settlement. So once Shonda Layfair, that was her name, Rashonda Layfair. Okay, so that was her name. I figured it out. She was the infamous girl on the PP tapes. By the time they went to trial, she was still intermingling with R. Kelly. Her mother was getting money out of R. Kelly. Her younger brother, one of her brothers, was actually in a drummer for R. Kelly. And the father was also playing in R. Kelly's group and his band and stuff as well. So they were going on tour and making all kinds of money off R. Kelly. And so they had an invested interest in not cooperating with the trial. It was Rashonda Landfair. Okay, don't butcher me in the comment section. Y'all get. She was actually the girl living in R. Kelly's basement all the way up until these incidents that was happening recently. I believe she moved out in the past recent couple of years. She was still very much in touch with R. Kelly. She was living the lifestyle off of R. Kelly's dime. And so, like I said, even though she was the girl that got peed on in the video, she had zero reason to want to come forward and prosecute R. Kelly for what he did to her in her younger age. She was Sparkle's niece. Y'all should remember. Yeah, remember her. Okay. All right. So Bruce was taped without knowing. Bruce Kelly came forward in part 2 of the series and talked about how R. Kelly had actually taped him engaging in activity, and he had no idea. And so when R. Kelly said that these people were aware that they were being filmed, that was a lie. Because even his own brother was being filmed. That's how sadistic and sick he is, right? Even his own brother was being filmed and didn't know it, right? Leave your comments below. I'm definitely going to chime in.
All right. Well, that's my segment, my unpopular opinion, which I really didn't have an unpopular opinion. I was taking other people's unpopular opinion. I was stealing. But don't tell nobody. Don't strike me. I think I already reached out to those people already. So thank you guys for coming out, listening to this. I don't know. I think, I don't know. This, it would never end when it comes to this type of abuse, sexual abuse, like period. I mean, regardless of the race, creed, age, anything. I mean, the way the world is today, it's like you either got your phone out are you accept to it. And you know what the crazy thing is about it now is that I don't know. I was gonna say something. I always try to stop myself. I always try to stop. That's why I paused like that because I was going to say something real silly. Not silly, but really to the point where it's like you got people that's really sharing relationships. You know what I'm saying? Then you got people hurting each other in relationships. It's just like it's crazy. I have one daughter, 3 boys, one daughter. And I treat my son the same way I treat my daughter. So I'm just going to get out of here because I'm feeling some type of way after this live tonight. Thank you guys for coming out. Appreciate it. I know I said that twice already. I got things to do in the morning. Look, I sound like the rest of the YouTubers. I got things to do in the morning. I can't be on YouTube all night, even though I've been on here for 4 hours. I'm tired though. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Please, I'm okay. It's just I feel some type of way because I'm conflicted. 'Cause, you know, I'm conflicted. Because you never know. You never know where sexual abuse would take a person. And this man was put through something, but then you can't feel sorry for him because. Oh, okay, new addition. It's like hard because you try to feel. Just hug your kids. And if you don't have kids, hug your nieces, hug your nephews, hug your cousins, hug your mom, hug your dad, hug your family, hug whoever is close to you. If you have somebody close to you, if you don't have somebody close to you at that moment, call them, text them, because there's so much going on in the world right now that we need to embrace people. Because there's a lot of things going on, and everybody's pulling you one way to another. They want you to feel this way, they want you to feel that way, and then you just love each other. Hey, I'm a motivational speaker. I'm out of here now. I got things to do in the morning. Thank you guys. Bye.